begin. Time out.
Time.
Okay, will not record his absence. The meeting beginning at 7:02. We've got the agenda before us, and there are some changes. And CAO, could you go through these? And the list is long. Get your pens ready.
So as additions to reports, we have the following at 8A5. CAO will provide an ICIP update, verbal. That's the grant fund. Public Works Manager will provide number 6. Calvin Grove Wastewater Treatment Plant update, verbal. And he will also provide a number 8A7, a Harvey tank update on that construction project. At 8D 2, I will have some recommended wording to hand out for Council's consideration with respect to the tree application number 95. 8D3 is an addition to the list for a recommendation coming from last night's Infrastructure Committee meeting. Under 9 resolutions, we have 2 additional items, one being 9C, which is an application to allow for amplified music at the cafe on October 5th, Saturday afternoon from 3 to 6. And the other is to do with the annual Firefighter Day fundraiser. Under closed council meetings, section 14, I would like to add 14B, which is acquisition of improvements. That the council considers disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality is the resolution that is to be provided there or considered there. And under section 90, adding subsection 91E as one of the grounds for closing the meeting. And that's it.
Sorry, Peter, could you just repeat the last one? What B was and what the grounds were?
91E is acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality.
Oh, okay.
And because it's one where the council must consider that that is the case, we have a preliminary resolution to consider first.
Okay.
Good. Councillor Happy, you fine on the in-camera stuff?
Sure.
Good, thank you. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended? Thanks, second. Thanks, all in favor? Good, done. Public participation, is there any? None, there is none. Which brings us up to the public delegation. This has been put before us, and I understand it's a slideshow. To the presenters. However you arrange your timing, I would like that the 3 of you have 20 minutes and then allow 10 minutes for questions from staff and council. And that being a lot of time to do that. It's a fairly meaty agenda tonight. I would ask that the presenters respect our time and not repeat themselves, or if the matter's already been said pretty clearly what the case is, the next presenter not double down and say the same thing. And on that one, I'm going to use Councillor Barmayer as my police person on that one. If you see it, put your hand up. And Councillor Bain, why don't we do this in 3 7-minute sections. Okay, first speaker up.
Mayor McLaughlin and council members, thank you very much for having us. We're actually 4 presenters, and if it's okay, we portion 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. But let me just go to discovering. Oh, sure. Thank you. Perfect. So this group approached me just, I guess, in the last couple of weeks to review the bylaw that they had worked toward. And I I was pleased to review it and just inputted my comments, which were received, and transitioned it a little bit in terms of who pays for what. And so I just want to let you know that after meeting last night, we really are wanting you to listen, but understanding that you'll have some comments. So why views are important in Lions Bay. People in Lions Bay come here for a myriad of reasons, but one of them is the views, and everyone, once they're here, loves the view of our spectacular house sound. And so it's become a high value in our Lions Bay of all the community members and their view or their perspective of house sound. Views are a high value for the community as a result, and that is an indentured understanding. Views support and enhance the value of our community members' primary asset. Now, when I speak to this, I will speak in terms of the importance of all of our community members, including our community leaders, supporting families. Families are in Lions Bay, then they leave Lions Bay for a variety and myriad of reasons. It may be the contraction phase of the family where their children have left home. It may be that there's a marital separation, or it may be that there's a move or a job change or loss. But it's important that we as community members and as leaders in the community, as our council members, help to sustain, within the context of that value of asset, sustain the value of asset, as it is for the homeowner to help sustain the value of their asset. Families are very interested in the security that they have, and they're very interested in that asset as a family supporting asset. So let me just move along here. Oh, today's space. Oh, it's that far, thank you. There we go. When we look, and I was driving up Lions Bay Avenue today, and I saw many homes where you see, including the village, where you see a lot of natural growing trees along property lines. And it's because people have borrowed from the forest and planted trees. When I was on council as a council member between 88 and 90, in about 89 or 90, 1990, following the debris torrent, our then mayor, who was working for Interfor, when we were noticing that there was a dearth of landscaping in the community, went out, and well, many of us were advocating for landscape trees, but went out and he planted along the BC rail line and up Lions Bay Avenue. And so you see a reforestation happening there. So we'd certainly encourage BC Rail to be involved also. The original intention for homeowners was perhaps a hedge privacy, bringing up their property, but 30 or 50 years later, they block neighbors' views. Now, I live on the waterfront, so if I said I have a view and that's good enough, so I'm going to allow all my trees to grow up. And then Seaview is blocked, so they're going to allow all their trees to grow up, and so it goes. We're a coliseum, and we need to be good neighbors. And I know, for example, one of the council members who are here, and I haven't talked to them at all, but had a lot that was completely forested across from them and now has a home. And that would have opened up the view. Thank you. So there's views, sunlight, and safety risks, and we all know of the safety risks. So what I'd say is that I think that for me, as someone who's lived here for this length of time and served in the community as well, I think that we can enter this with a new level of being neighborly to one another. And we support each other in so many different ways, and this is another way to support one another. This provides a framework, that this bylaw provides a framework that currently there's a void for, and municipalities have worked on this framework in California, and later, if you have questions about it, Arash would be pleased to answer them. So it seems timely for the Village of Lions Bay to have its own view bylaw. So thank you. And if I can call David up, David Short.
Thanks very much, everyone. So I'm going to talk about some of the other effects of unmaintained trees. We're talking about a view bylaw, but there are other things to consider around safety and such. But before I start, I just want to say that this is a very complex issue, many facets to the problem and solution. It's important for us to approach this in a way to improve the safety and beauty of our community in the constraints of living on a mountainside surrounded by forest, and in the spirit of the Good Neighbor bylaw. So on this slide, you'll see that there's a sunny day that's being blocked by the trees. We all know the names of our streets, and the original intent of the Lions Bay community had a lot to do with the beautiful views. In Lions Bay, we live on a deeply forested mountain. There's no shortage of trees. Their growth is rapid, and when large trees are removed, the impact is felt in many positive ways. Views, light, and safety by many neighbors. Usually when there's a large conifer is removed, it opens up an opportunity for planting of garden shrubbery that is just as beautiful and more manageable from a view, light, and safety perspective. Overgrown trees also block the light. In our house, we're in the process of removing rot on the exterior of our house and having to redo the entire siding as a result, which is a great expense. There's an area of our house that never gets any sunlight whatsoever as a result of trees. And if you know coniferous root systems that reach beyond their drip line, which if close to a house, wall, or road can cause major foundational issues. I'll just have you note that in this photograph, 3 houses, again, a beautiful sunny day, are being blocked from the light considerably by, that's actually one neighbor's trees as it happens. But the effects of unmaintained trees also goes to damage. I just asked by show of hands, how many people here have had their house or their neighbor's house hit by a tree since they've been in Lions Bay? Somewhere around half. Well, we all know that in our case, in our family, we've had a tree. We have a cabin that's about 10 feet from our house, and we had a tree fall in between the cabin and the house. Our damage was about $20,000. If it had hit the house or the cabin, it would have been in the hundreds of thousands. We were lucky then. Another fell this summer on our property. It missed the cabin by quite a bit, and there's no damage, but these trees are falling down all the time. And we have to be very careful, again, maintaining the trees in a way that maintains safety for all. And lastly, regarding fire protection. On the last slide here, I think you guys all received it perhaps by email. I'll just go to it for a moment. I don't expect you to read this, but as it's on the screen there, but FireSmart has some guidelines as to where trees should be in order to be safe regarding fire hazards. We all know that the climate's changing. We all know that we've had fires, I think every summer, close to Lions Bay. This is the one that we had this summer in the picture here, but we're getting them much more frequently. And if you look at the middle bullet point there, wildfires are wreaking havoc in British Columbia. Last year's fire season was unprecedented, with 1.2 million hectares burned in BC, 10 times the 10-year average, 10 times. So things are changing, and we need to stay abreast of that with the way we maintain our trees.
So Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, my name is Arash Rashi, and I'm here today to present the proposed draft bylaw for view restoration and preservation in Lions Bay. So in preparation for the development of the draft bylaw, we reviewed several other municipalities' bylaws. And for the criteria for determination of significant view impairment, we selected the city of Rancho Palos Verdes of Los Angeles County as a go-by, and the reason for it was because Rancho Palos had the most quantifiable set of criteria for evaluation of view impairments. For the bylaw procedures, we selected the city of Laguna Beach of California, and the reason as a go-by, and the reason for it was because it has the clearest set of procedures and steps. And for the Assembly of View Restoration Committee, we used our own Lions Bay Border Variance bylaw number 502. So what this bylaw does, the proposed bylaw does pretty much, is to establish a right for property owners to view and establish the right to restore and preserve their views from the significant impairments by trees or other vegetations. The bylaw intends to create a balance between the property, between one neighbor's protection of view and another neighbor's rights to privacy and beautiful landscaping. And the bylaw does not intend to encourage clear cutting or cutting any trees altogether. One of the discussions that we had in the past in regards to this bylaw is that all these other municipalities that they have the view restoration bylaws, they are larger municipalities and they have more resources in their disposal as compared to our smaller community with limited resources. So when we looked at this problem, we thought that the best approach for our bylaw is to follow what we are doing in the border variance. The border variance in Lions Bay consists of volunteers that are selected by the council, and it functions very well. I actually attended personally. So this is how we came up with the idea of having a view restoration committee consist of volunteers. So the committee will consist of 4 members that are appointed by the council, and they will be appointed every 4 years, but the council can change any of the members at its pleasure. So how do we define significant view impairment? The first step in defining a significant view impairment is to establish the viewing area inside a house. A viewing area is the area of like the living area of the house, where you have your living room, you have your kitchen, and when and it doesn't like places like garages, like your garage, like washrooms, basements don't qualify as a living area, as a viewing area. So when the view restoration committee comes for a site visit to the applicant house, the first thing that they got to agree on is where the viewing area is. There are 4 criteria for the view analysis. The first one is the position of the tree or vegetation that is causing the impairment. So if the vegetation is located at the center of the view frame of a house, it's most likely to cause a significant view impairment as compared to vegetation that is located at the outer edge of the view frame of the house. In Lions Bay, we have what's called a multi-component views. Our views consist of islands and channels, and the other criteria is that if a tree or a piece of vegetation blocks one component out of the components that are defined in this bylaw, these 7 components, that would qualify for a significant view impairment. The next criteria is about the time when the lot was created. The vegetation that did not exist as view impairing vegetation when the lot from which is taken was created. So if there is this old growth trees, 200 years old, blocking some property's view, that tree does not qualify as a significant view impairing tree because it existed when the lot was created. The only exception is if there are trees that have been topped and trimmed in the past, and they need to be trimmed for view enhancements, and they need to be trimmed and topped to the level that they were originally trimmed to. In determining this, the view restoration committee can use the following. If the applicant can provide any photographs with known dates showing how the unimpaired view was at the time, that would help. Testimony of credible witnesses will help with the process. And if there is evidence of trimming and topping is actually very obvious when you see a tree that has been topped before. And the view restoration committee also can use the services of a certified arborist in determination of the estimated age of the tree. And the last criteria is that the trimming of the vegetation will not cause an unreasonable infringement of the privacy of the vegetation. Well, I actually have 10 minutes for this portion of the lecture. So what are the limitations of a view restoration? This bylaw only covers the trees that are 18 feet or higher, and it does not cover heritage trees. And as I mentioned before, if the tree existed as a view impairing tree at the time when the lot was created, would not qualify as a view impairing tree. Here is the flow chart of how the process works. It obviously starts with the initial communication between neighbors. If that would work, great. If it doesn't, The first phase of the bylaw kicks in, and that's for applicants to file for a notice of intent to file a view restoration claim. I just want to emphasize that this is not a view restoration claim. This is a notice of intent to file a view restoration claim. So upon filing for that, the municipality receives the application. The municipality will send letters to the vegetation owner informing them of the notice of intent application, and then it would request them to attend a mediation session. The view restoration committee will select a mediator, a certified mediator, and during the mediation session, the member of the view restoration committee will attend, the certified mediator will attend, and the vegetation owner and applicant. And the mediator will try to resolve the issue by following the provisions that this bylaw are defining. If that would work, great. If it doesn't, or if the vegetation owner refuses to attend the mediation, then the next step is the full-fledged view restoration claim. So upon filing for a view restoration claim, the municipality will inform the vegetation owner of the application and the claim. Then the view restoration members will go for site visits to the applicant's house, and then they will do the view analysis with the criteria that I mentioned in previous slides. If the vegetation owner make a request to the view restoration committee, will also visit the vegetation owner to see if there is any concern in regards to privacy or slope stability or any landscaping concerns. And after the site visits, there will be a public hearing where the view restoration committee will hear both sides of this dispute, the vegetation owner and the applicant. And if the view restoration committee decide, it will issue a view restoration order right after that public hearing. So what are the limitations of restoration actions? So the committee will try to advise on a minimum amount of action required to restore the view. And this bylaw only allows for partial removal of trees, like trimming, crowning, topping, or just partial removal. Complete removal of vegetation is not permitted. The only exception is if the vegetation owner consents to it, and the view restoration committee will see maybe there is a safety reason for this vegetation to be removed. And if that's decided, the applicant is responsible for providing a replacement vegetation to the vegetation owner. When it comes to enforcement, we simply refer to the bylaw enforcement, bylaw 385, and nuisance abatement process with neighbor bylaw 412. Any decision by the view restoration committee can be appealed through the village council. And when it comes to costs, pretty much all the costs are covered by the applicant. The cost of the mediator, the cost of the restoration action, and the subsequent cost of maintenance for years to come. It should be noted that the view decision is binding on future owners. So if the property is sold to another owner, they need to honor this the decision by the view restoration committee. The bylaw also has a provision for view preservation, and that's if you have an unobstructed view currently and you want to protect that, you file a view restoration application with the view restoration committee, and they would come and take pictures from your view and record that, and they file it. And then if there's an impairment in future, you don't need to go through that lengthy view restoration process. And that would conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Councillor Bain, how far in are we?
20 minutes.
Mike?
20?
Then we're done.
We have 2 more minutes, according to 20 minutes time.
The timer says no.
Then I leave you with our final notes.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Questions, council members? Will it be a group address, or shall we address the crowd?
Yeah, will depend on the question.
Okay, council members? Councillor Abbott?
Yes, really a question for the rest of us. I mean, what is our plan to do with this? We're not planning to discuss this tonight. Is this questions are just to get some clarity on the presentation? And
The delegation have come forward offering us their advice and thoughts.
So
Okay.
just as a reminder to council and to the audience, council previous determination with respect to this particular topic was to defer it for consideration during council's strategic planning and priority session this fall. The people in support of the view preservation bylaw clearly thought that it would be helpful to council to have something concrete in hand so that there's a clear understanding as to what it is they're proposing. That's my assumption, of course, but probably fairly accurate, I think. I have a few questions. If I may
You first, I've
lead
got a
off,
couple.
and
Yeah,
maybe
sure.
that'll
Yep.
start the chain reaction. I don't know.
Yeah, well, just thanks for that clarity, because that's why I was wondering where my questions are going.
Okay.
Sure. Okay.
I'm wondering what the anticipation is with respect to the current tree committee and its function, which is to address applications for cutting of trees on public lands. How would this bylaw apply to the cutting of trees on public lands, or would it at all?
It does not. This bylaw only concerns the issues, disputes over trees on private land. So issues in regard to the public land needs to be addressed through.
So we would maintain and continue two separate procedural ways of dealing with trees in Lions Bay. We would have a completely different committee and methodology for dealing with trees on public land, and a separate process in a different committee for trees on private land?
That's pretty much, like, we pretty much went with the go-bys of what other municipalities do. And when we reviewed other municipalities' bylaws, they were only concerned with the private lands issues. So public issues with regards to public trees are addressed through different channels. This is a dispute resolution bylaw. So when it comes to public, I'm not sure if there is a dispute, there is a decision to make based on I would say, the best of community in terms of trees on public land.
Right.
May I add something?
Sure.
If I can, and with all due respect, to simplify things, as I'm listening to you, I think of all the disputes that have occurred in Lions Bay regarding public land, and I think that that's where we've asked council to review and consider and input, add, but I would suggest including public lands, because you have a cost factor involved with the claimant, the applicant paying for the cost, and where you have tree disputes currently that are on public land that may be facilitated for resolution if there was such incorporation of
Yeah,
this.
we're open to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that perhaps the notification procedures would have to be different, because you're dealing with public property as opposed to private property, which should be presumably just restricted to the parties involved. Although I'm not 100% on that, but just a thought. I'm also wondering about, there's a lot of things in here that require staff involvement. Some of them quite a bit of involvement. And you speak of the bylaw envisioning the applicant covering all the costs of implementing this kind of a bylaw. But I'm asking, who would cover the costs involved with all the additional staff time?
That's why we created a schedule for expenses to cover the village expense, which roughly amounts between $2,000 and $2,500 per applicant, which is a substantial amount of money.
So whatever
Next
expenses you've anticipated, we have to look that over and vet it in terms of the staff time required, and include some kind of allotment for staff time fees.
Of course, the schedule is just proposal, but
Yeah.
we give it serious thought to it, and we thought it would cover greatly expense, keep it at the level of no expense to the village as such.
Yes, we would like it just to be a cost-neutral approach to the village. So if you, like, in terms of procedures, there's going to be some standards on how long it's going to take to send the notice and then call for the public hearings and so on, and then you would be able to make an estimate on what would be the more realistic number in terms of application fee.
There's recognition of the of a person's right to privacy in this bylaw, but there's no recognition of the inherent value of shade that is provided by trees. How would that be accounted for?
Actually, if you could compound that, it was one of my points too. What about fear of erosion?
That was going to be another one that I was going to ask about.
Shade and erosion.
Erosion is actually included in this. So there are three components that needs to be considered. One is the privacy. The other one is the vegetation's owner rights to enjoy beautiful landscaping, and the third one is the slope stability. Having said that, this bylaw does not recommend any tree removal, so we're pretty much talking about trimming trees, like cutting branches and topping trees to the level that they used to be. So there won't be any tree removals resulting from this, unless the vegetation owner requested it specifically that he or she wants the tree.
Well, if I, and perhaps Mr. Shore, I mean, the picture that he showed, it would be clear to me that there would be a wipeout of those trees for him to get his view.
Well,
There's no amount of limbing that's going to go through that.
Right, but, everything has to be within reason, and we wouldn't expect all of those trees to be cut,
Okay.
but some amount, I don't know if there's a dozen trees there, a couple on each side would reduce about 50% of the blockage.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stephen. Peter, more?
Yeah, I mean,
Neville's up next.
Oh, sorry.
Neville?
Well, I'm trying to think this through. I mean, I'm trying to think through a scenario where we're a community of people, and some people may have enough resources to apply and pay to have the yard done. And then, so let's say they're doing this on someone's yard who, as a result, has their trees trimmed, and they're compromising their garden for the sake of the neighbor higher up, but they don't have the money to do the same thing the neighbor below. So they have no views, yet they've had this new bylaw enforced on them, simply because they can't afford to enforce a bylaw that really only people with deep pockets can actually execute. I don't know that it's a really fair precedent. I struggle with how that gets paid for and how we enforce that. You'd have a double standard where one lot gets its views back because they can afford to enforce the bylaw, whereas someone who can't afford to enforce the bylaw gets no views. So I think that's something we have to think about.
But also you have to think about the fact that imposing on somebody's view is equally unfair.
Yeah.
There's nothing fair about that.
I'm not saying that not having views is that's not the point. The point is enforcing it fairly.
But one of the things that I realized that people did traditionally in the village is that if there was one property that they needed to trim, like few neighbors start to chip in and then cover the cost of that property's tree trimmings together. Having said that, this bylaw is when we were looking at the go-bys, all of them are actually asking the vegetation owner to cover the cost of maintaining their trees. And we have discussions in regards to this as who is going to pay for trimming of the trees. And Brenda was of the opinion that traditionally in the village, people who wants the view pay for trimming the neighbor's trees. And it would be like we're dealing with a dispute situation here. Like if these neighbors are not cooperating with each other, so we're asking a neighbor trees to be trimmed, and to ask that neighbor to keep paying for trimming those trees for maintaining of these trees in the future. It would be just too much to ask. So,
Councillor Abbott?
I have a bit of an issue with determining what the baseline is for the view that you restore to. So it uses the words in here on page 6, the view is taken, which the view is taken was created, so, when the lot was created, so lot from which the view was created. So when the lots were created, certainly in the old part of Lions Bay, I wasn't here, but I've spoken to many, and the lots were created, it was a forest. So the answer there, if you took that literally, no one had a view. When people established their properties in the main part of Lions Bay, I know it was different down in the old cottages down the waterfront, and Calvin Road was different. From my understanding, was speaking to people within the time, people came in lot by lot and took down some trees and built a house. Right? If the baseline was what the view that you bought, and you move on to a further time, then maybe that's a little more fair. Because if I bought a view, then it was there, it was established. But if I want to go back to a view that when it was created, what happens to the person in front there that bought trees? And they may have bought a forested lot. And that was what they wanted. And there are many, we are getting one side of a story here tonight. I think we should all admit that. We're only getting one side of a story. There are people that bought a forested lot because they wanted to live. So how can you impose on that person of something that happened 10 or 15, 20 years before they bought it, even if you can prove there was a view? So this idea of going back to when the lot was created or any time earlier than the present owner bought it, I think is very problematic.
Well, one of the exceptions that we actually had this discussion when Brandon was providing information that some of the lots were heavily treed when they were created. That's why we came up with that exception, that if the trees were trimmed at any points, like if they're topped during some points, and then we would want those trees to be trimmed back to that level that has been established. And the reason for it is that at some point during the ownership of these two properties, there was an agreement between the owners that the trees to be trimmed to some level to open up some views. And that's why we put the exception right after that statement. The trees that I have dispute with personally, they're right at the property line. So these trees were planted as hedges 30, 40 years ago, and now they are like 60 feet high, and they're blocking my view. And they were topped before, by the way. And the property owner that I have dispute with just refuses to top them, as they used to. So.
We're not writing a bylaw to trust, to identify one circumstance.
Yeah, I'm just speaking of what different issues are. So Brandon would like to respond.
Yeah. Just a couple of things. One is the disputes that happen between great people. What I've always noticed is everybody on both sides of this coin are good people, right? And so we want some clarity, and the questions that you're bringing up are exactly what we'd hoped and anticipated. Your curiosity, your deeper digging. And Norm, you brought up a very, and both of you have brought up very important points, like what if the person has bought a forested lot, as Councillor Abbott has brought up, and even though they weren't an original owner, that was originally what they were buying and hoping for. So these kinds of things are so important. And Councillor Barbier, when you bring up, what if I can trim my trees here because somebody has created that opportunity, but then I'm left viewless because I can't come up with those funds. And I think that the whole funding thing is a necessary discussion, but that side of the coin is really important as well. What I hope and what I know strategically about discussions is that it can take everybody to a higher level, as I said earlier, of being neighborly. And this framework, I think, really can help with that. Looking at our existing bylaws, such as you were referencing a fence I think can be 6 or 8 feet high, a hedge can be 20 feet high, period. And so if I planted a tree from the forest and it's 60 feet high, that is not what we consider to be a hedge. So we do have some existing bylaws, I'm just thinking. But the framework here, I think, helps people to think about it, go through their resistance phase, and say, okay, how can we enhance and support meaning for everyone? View-wise, safety-wise, and sunlight-wise. Thank you.
Good, thank you,
Just
David.
a parting comment. I know that we're short on time. Thank you very much.
That's okay. We got another few minutes. Keep going.
Okay. I just wanted to say that those are great questions, and we may not have all the answers today, but we're encouraging you to dig into the questions. The good news is that this program, or programs similar to this, have been successfully incorporated in many municipalities, primarily in California. Arash has done a tremendous amount of research into each one, and he said, these people seem to have done the best with this section, and these people seem to have done the best with that section. That's all available for us. We don't have to pay for the research on this. We don't have to spend hours and hours to research it. We can find the best practices just by looking at what they're doing down in California.
Good, thank you. Whoever would like from the gallery to make a closing remark, I think we'll top this one off.
Perhaps I can just throw some positive. As you know, Californian municipalities had a big stream of those bylaws imposed 20 years ago roughly, and everybody was afraid that there would be a rush of people filing with the applications to municipalities and cause a lot of disturbance in the workforce. And actually 10 years later, there was a fantastic article put in one of the main magazines in the newspapers in California that nothing happened. No big rush, no problems. It went generally smooth. People actually were put in a position to communicate properly finally and get resolved the neighboring issues.
Thank you very much.
What we're trying to achieve here.
Doug? Shoots?
Well, I think I listened to the discussion, and there seems to be an emphasis on trees that were originally there. I think the trees that are presented in the picture probably were originally there, although in a much shorter form when the lots were originally developed. I've thought about fences being 6 feet and the reference to hedges being 16 feet. I differentiate in my mind between naturally occurring trees that were there, nobody put them there, they seeded themselves, and the trees that were actually planted by somebody. And I would include those as hedge trees. So we're talking here, this big tree, but there's lots of places, I'm sure, in this community where somebody has a 16-foot hedge. They will restrict the view as much as, or perhaps significantly greater than, in fact, having a bunch of large trees, just by the fact they have a 16-foot hedge. So when we're talking about views, there's all sorts of components to that. And it's, I think that truthfully, aside from what might have been done in California, that a cooperative approach is probably the best approach. And it's not always going to work, because there's always going to be somebody that says, no. You'll have to grapple with that. But I think, quite frankly, the whole thing is a massive can of worms.
And let's leave on that happy note. Let me just say this to our delegates. Thank you very much for the thoughtful work that you put before us electronically. Thank you for the work that you've done in your homes and the serious consideration of something that is very interesting, and you are correct, it's dear to everybody's heart in one way or another. That said, as CAO DeJong said, it's on our agenda for our strategy session, so in terms of a timeline, I'm pretty sure I understand what's going to happen before council in the next 2 months. It would be late November before we have our strategy session, so once that's been done, you'll be contacted where we are, if that's fine. And that concludes this portion of the agenda. All right, thank you very much. And before we proceed, my apologies to Robert. Robert, people say, who's the guy sitting at the end of the table? Well, we're going to be listening to him quite a bit later in the evening. Robert is our new DPEC, and Peter, could you give us a bit of background and go from there?
Oh, gosh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robert is our Deputy Emergency Planning Program Coordinator, and he comes to us from Alberta via North Shore Emergency Management, and has just graduated from his program, which is similar in scope and substance to the GIBC program that we have here. He is a volunteer member of the North Shore Emergency Management Program volunteer EOC team, and has a wealth of knowledge and experience working in his favor, as well as a background as a paramedic, and some technical IT abilities that I'm becoming quite impressed with. So, welcome, Robert.
Thank you. On behalf of all of us, welcome, Robert. Thank you. Okay, back to the business part, and thank you, Council, for your questions to the delegates. So we're in item number 5, which is review and approval of the prior minutes, which is on page 29. I have no changes, or let's try this. Can I have a motion to receive? Thank you. Second, good. Any changes, any amendments? I have none. None. Going. Call a motion. All in favor? We're done. Oh, we're setting a record here. Okay. Business arising from the minutes. I don't think I saw any that we aren't going to cover in some fashion. Councillor Abbott, do you concur?
Yep, I'm good with
Good. Then I would suggest, unless there's a hand shooting up right now, then we're moving on to unfinished business. Good. Unfinished business. CIO, your batter's up.
Yeah, no change on the first item, number 83. And in terms of the second item, number 95, that was discussed at last night's infrastructure committee meeting. Staff has come up with 3 locations, or potential locations, for an EV charging, electric vehicle charging station out front of Municipal Hall, over by the kiosk on the other side of the Harvey Creek Bridge, and down by the Park and Ride are the 3 locations that have been identified as potential for that. And per the meeting last night, the IC committee is going to look at potential terms of reference for moving that project forward.
Good. Thank you very much. That would be a strike. Strike, please, Sean. And item number 7, that letter has been signed and sent out over the summer, so that's a strike. Number 98, Councillor Cunliffe, I think you're aware of the details of this event,
Correct.
and it's already circulating around, so I think we can call that a strike, yes?
Absolutely.
Done. Councillor Abbott, number 100.
it's not a strike. I haven't completed it. It was suggested that I discuss some ideas with the CEO, which we had some more knowledge than maybe we shared at council, which I haven't done either. Part of the reason is I think this item, well, first of all, on page 254 of our correspondence this evening, we have a letter of support from Metro on this issue and the feds. I think that certainly leads me to think of something of how we should craft this. I think that certainly opens the door more than a crack for us again. But I do believe this item and item 83, in my mind, are starting to become merged. And 83 being the urban containment boundary. I think there's some parallels there. Councillor Bain once said, well, if we went outside the UCP, would that make a difference? No one's drawn those 2 dots together yet. I think they are going to be drawn at some point, joined, those 2 dots, should I say. So it's a bigger discussion, I think. And is it part of the strategy meeting? Maybe, or at what time it happens, but I do believe we need to have a larger discussion at council before we do anything on either of these 2 items.
I concur, whatever that is. They are, the 2 items are the same, and Chair Dallowall of Metro does fight for the small communities, but faces the same problems the mayors of the small communities do. I mean, we're throwing wiffle balls, and other people are throwing hard balls, so it's not working for us. I would think that you've hit a key point here, and seeing it here and feeling somewhat guilty month over month over month. why don't we make this a key piece of our strategy session and call it a day here? Either we're going to dance or we're not. Are you fine with that?
I'm good with that.
Good. Okay, let's, the staff could make note, well, Sean has made note of it. If that's the case, then 83 and 100 are a strike and they go to the strategy session. Thank you, Councillor Evatt. Works Manager Jaffer.
101 is a strike.
Strike done, thank you. I believe 102 is done as well.
Yep.
Strike 2, thank you. And that is the response which keeps coming back. So that has been done, but I suspect it'll be coming back again. So that would be a strike 2, which leaves us with nothing. Okay, well, we're starting year 2 really well. Good, all right. That's that then. Okay, so the next piece is H, direct request, filming in Lions Bay. Please turn to page 41. Roll up your shirt sleeves and let's get to it. I have my eye on the clock, and just to recap, the council members saw this substantially the same, if not entirely the same, other than a paragraph or two with new stuff. At our last meeting, which seemed like yesterday, but in fact was only July the 16th. So I understand why it might be a little vague. One of the takeaways that we were to respond to CAO to John, which unless he nods, nobody did. Nope, okay, then we're going to move quickly on this one. Just a quick recap is I've made a comment in the village update, which is part of what I'm going to propose. So if I could draw everybody's attention to page 44 of 292. I am going to put forward a motion on item number 4 and ask for a seconder. I'm going to go through my reasons why that is, and then we'll go to discussion. Seconder? All right, thank you. Good. All right, so my thinking is, if I can find my cheat sheet, just give me a second. Thank you. In the article that I wrote, which I believe reflects the polling information, the vast majority of our villagers who responded wanted the filming for revenue purposes, but preferred that they personally not be inconvenienced if it occurred in their backyard, and had empathy for those who were. So the recommendation, which I was on item number 4, would go along the item as I'm recommending option number 4 amended as follows. I'm happy to read this again. Staff to begin with the 2009 bylaw and upgrade or tweak it by adding sections of the 24 draft to improve it. There's pieces that could be moved or contemporized, I think. And I would leave that for staff to opine on that. Number 2, I believe that the number that we could go to for not in favor is up to 20% to not proceed. And this allows some wiggle room with the smallish numbers that we're playing with here. And what I've seen is, I'm saying this in a good way, some vigilantism with the residents who are polled who are actually kind of thinking, I'll cast my vote yes if we get a bigger cash number kind of thing. And that's I don't think that's what we were asking them to do. The next piece is on our fee structure. My personal view is that when we saw the fan of different municipalities, the area that I liked was at the high end, which was White Rock, and I particularly like the current $1,200 that's here per day. So I would like to see a fee structure on the high side. The piece that seems to come back in complaints after these things is the 4th one, which is I would like to see financial teeth for failure to comply. If trucks are where they're not supposed to be, or if they're in fact doing something at 1 when they should be going lights out at 10, that creates ill will to the community and comes back here. So I think that needs to be dealt with. And I think the 5th and final is that embedded within this this policy, and the spirit is that is that the wording is that the village won't negotiate compensation for the affected folks for things such as accommodation, per diems, other allowances that they may have special needs or loss of revenue or some inconvenience. But I think we should have it in there so that the villagers are aware of it when they're greeted by the film company. And after that, I open for discussion. Other than watching the CAO jump when I mentioned what I was going to do.
There was one part of it, if I might, regarding parking and 100% compliance of those directed, like direct households that may be affected by parking. I think that we should leave off those that are, eliminate parking lots as part of that. If you're at the end of Ocean View Place and there's a whack load of trucks that are being parked there and there's a few, that's not common and not usual and not expected. Cars in a parking lot are expected. So having something kiboshed because there's trucks in the Lions Bay Beach parking lot doesn't seem reasonable to me. That was one part that just stuck out.
So that's an amendment to the
An
proposal.
amendment,
So in
yeah.
addition to that, let's call that number 6.
Outside of usual parking.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't remember exactly where it was.
Colleagues or senior staff, it's time to shoot up here.
We are heading towards option 4 on these list of options, correct? Okay. The last part, this is either of these options would require that council is clearly of a mind of no need for further substantive discussion. Not sure that I'm quite there yet. Last time this was presented, I came ready to talk with my yellow sticky notes, as Jamie refers them to. This week I don't have them because we didn't get them paper for, so it might be a little bit slower. But I'm assuming when I did start reading this, I stopped reading because I thought it was verbatim what we got before. So yes, okay. The mayor suggested maybe some changes, but I assumed it was verbatim. Okay. So yeah, I'd like to go through what I thought last time, if this is going to be the final chance to do it. I would also like to, before we go any further, say that I'm once again going to say there should be further chance for public participation or consultation with the village. Not sure what form it takes. There was an option for a town hall. It's had mixed responses before, but I think we should think about what that looks like.
I'd second that. It can't be number 7 because we're asking for physical changes, but make that a caveat too.
Okay.
Sorry, can I say something before you get into the meat of what your notes are talking about? I just want to say that my intent with option number 4 last time round was that if council was of the opinion that the 2009 bylaw or policy is pretty good and we just need to tweak it a little bit and everybody's of the same mind, then that's what we would do. Or if everyone thought the 2014 was the way to go and it just needed a few tweaks, that's what this was about. It wasn't about take the 2009 and take the 2014 and mush them together like a
My
Reese's
thinking was if
Pieces.
there's something you staff dearly liked in the 2014 that wasn't in 2009,
I think there are things that are in neither that I think need to be contemplated and considered and incorporated into a policy. And may I also say that with respect to the 2014 policy proposal, there was an intention that there be a significant delegation of responsibility to the CAO. And that means that this would have to be a bylaw. You can't do that by way of policy.
Personally, that would have been just on a different sheet of paper.
Okay.
This is staff decision ultimately.
I will say that we could still do a policy and simply take care of the bylaw delegation through a delegation bylaw, which we need to have to cover off a variety of other things in any event. So doesn't mean this has to be a bylaw, but just has to be incorporated in somehow.
I could stop you here, CAO. So I'm sensing momentum here.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Okay,
make that
so
comment
I think
before
Everybody, I'm
Councillor
giving
Abbott.
Shauna my notes, everybody do the same thing, so we're on the page. Councillor Abbott, keep going.
Okay, so the first note I've written next to the number 1, Filming Policy 2009 says authority, question mark, versus council, then I've gone 2014, 2.7, and I don't know what that is, because I'm going back 2.5 months, authority, council again. So I guess I thought the same question. So who has the authority to award these? Is it a bylaw? Does it come to council? You know, currently these kind of decisions come to council. I think that's the place they should be, but maybe there's a narrow definition that says if you meet these A, B, and C, you don't step over the line. Doesn't need to come to council, but my personal preference is always going to be things like this that do get to be contentious come to council.
On the same page as you, I think ultimately the public has to have a venue, and whether they
Yes.
come as a delegation, I guess that's the way of doing it, but, you know.
Yeah. So there's a way, it's announced, if they have a chance to object, they get it. Next to the number 8, Mr. Zordigan's observations on Midnight Kiss, and I can't remember which observation I was referring to. I wrote down bylaw enforcement. And I think that's where you were going, and I think one of the things we should investigate, Peter, I don't know how our bylaw enforcement officers, what's their availability outside of the summer, would they be interested in working, you know, a few nights a week when there's a film thing going on, and maybe make that part of the fee structure. So there's some authoritative figure that is there as a lawman with, you know, unbiased view, goes and makes sure that they are parked in the right place, that they don't carry on late or whatever. I think we should consider that.
Or staff, because I'm thinking of the example I'm thinking is that time where the KG pump out was about to occur and all these film trucks are blocking it in and all that stuff.
So in West Van, film companies are required to pay for a full staff member to supervise filming for the duration of the shoot. It's just a charge that's done.
Could be a similar thing. We could use the bylaw officers, or we could do stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the bylaw officers that we've been using have not generally been available in the off-season. They
Okay.
get other positions.
Okay.
They're probably not going to be them. It would have to be somebody else,
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Should certainly investigate it, because I don't think we need residents stepping in and thinking they're going to try to police a situation.
Or advertised for residents.
Multi-day permits. So I think there needs to be a limit, not on multi-day permits so much, but as how often a location can do it in a year. I think even no matter how reasonable you are, it becomes unreasonable if it turned out to be every second week, and I'm not sure anyone's ever done that. So I think we should think about, yes, you know, I believe we should have a positive bylaw policy when we come up with. I think it's a positive thing. I think most people are positive to it, but it could become very wearing if it happens too often in your neighborhood.
But the canvassing has to happen for every application,
Absolutely.
regardless, right?
Regardless.
So that's the way the community can express themselves, by saying no, announcing that.
I suppose, but I mean, I think Councillor Abbott's talking
I'm
about
just saying
Lower
there's a
Kelvin
tool
Road
in
not
place.
becoming a factory.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And some percentage of people are going to say yes because they always want to be nice.
Okay.
It's not necessarily.
Councillor Abbott, you're on a roll.
It doesn't with.
End of the paper, come on.
Okay, well, I had sticky notes this time. I didn't know we were doing this tonight. Okay, I've underlined veto for one resident. I think we passed that. Short notice thing, I think we've started to talk about that, how we can get it done fast enough so that it can get approved in time, because we've had too many of those cases. This is the only meeting we can approve it at, so we clearly need to think about that. What the lead-in time is. Underline the Brunswick pit thing, but I think that's been explained somewhere else. But maybe Peter, you can just explain the differences between Brunswick pit and will this cover Brunswick pit, or is it going to be considered separate, completely separate, because it's less contentious? Okay.
Film production companies pay the film application fee and the daily filming fee for use of Brunswick Pit, but everything else is handled by
MOT.
Ministry of Transportation because it's their jurisdiction. So they look after everything to do with access and what can and can't be done. We do get a full application, and we determine whether or not there's any special effects or lighting issues that could potentially affect people. We notify the fire department because the fire department has a training facility up there, make sure that there's no conflicts, that kind of thing. But it's pretty straightforward and not, they're generally one-day shoots as well.
Okay. But it's a courtesy really because MOT could grant it anyway if they wanted. Or MOT.
Well, no, we have the right to charge a fee for the
To charge a
application.
fee?
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. It's within our jurisdiction, so. But in terms of the use of the property, we don't have control over the use of the property. MODI does, so that's why they control the rest of it.
Okay. There was talk here on page 3 about a CSC meeting or committee of the whole, and I'll be honest, I thought that's where we're going, but seemingly not, so I'll keep going through these.
Good.
Town hall, that's the same thing. Jump to the other stickies now.
Could you photocopy or give your notes to
Sure.
Shauna, and she'll give you the
I
originals
will
back?
give you the whole thing when I'm done. I'll be quick, I'll go through them. The idea, no over 4 weeks prior to commencing, I put 2 question mark. Market value that we've covered. I know there's something here that I want to discuss that might not be paid in this. Just give me 1 second. Okay. British staff requires council direction of the variance to municipality policy will not require council approval. Okay, so we've discussed that. That's
Yep.
the authority thing that I was talking about. Okay. Number of days being different, yes. Noise control, yes. Well, I pointed out last time that there was some errors in here. Midnight Kiss was not filmed in Brunswick Beach. It was 185 Tiger.
Okay.
Still isn't incorrect.
I think this is on the info stuff you're going through now, and not in the
I think
points of the
I
bylaw.
will pass it on.
Good, thank you very much, Councillor Barmier.
I guess I just want to take a step back. I found the old policy not to be democratic enough, so I like the adjustment in the numbers to make it more democratic, because really that's what it should be. It should be 80 or 90%, something like that. I like the idea of raising the fee so it becomes a revenue positive undertaking for the village, as opposed to somewhere we lose money, because we're looking to raise funds, so this is one way we could hopefully raise a bit of money. And I like the idea that we're supporting the arts by doing this. So I think those 3 things are important to me. I'm not too concerned about the minutiae of the policy. I don't think there's anything really that wrong with it, other than those minor adjustments to make it a positive experience for us here.
Good, thank you very much. Councillor Cunliffe, are you a nod? Good, thank you for your comment earlier. Councillor Bain?
I came in here figuring that 4A was the way to go, but the CIO's comment that it might drive the thing to a bylaw kind of gives me caution on that if it's getting too complicated.
I think I kind of walked that back in terms of any delegation of authority. I mean, it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing from the mayor and Councillor Abbott, that there seems to be a feeling that these applications should come to council and not be delegated to the CAO. So the amount of delegation and discretionary ability to implement the policy might be more restricted than what the 2014 policy anticipated.
Okay.
Does that help in terms of what you're thinking about?
Yeah, it's a little more clarity, yeah.
And to the extent there is delegated authority, I think it can be handled separately, so it doesn't have to be in this policy. I mean,
Okay.
it could be reference to it, but
Yeah.
the technicalities of it has to be in a bylaw.
I think for me on the delegation separately, I mean, this is a fine point, although it's an important point, but I think when we've got room in council agendas for delegates to come forward, whether it's tree or road work or anything, people come forward. So I think we can delegate, but ultimately if people want to come forward, council may say, well, maybe this doesn't sound right. So
that I think that there also is a lot of room to tweak or create procedure as opposed to policy that will implement the key aspects of the policy that council wants to emphasize. And the procedural aspects may help to streamline things so that what we're bringing is, we've ticked off all these boxes and ultimate decision is this. And it just, sometimes it's a timing issue, as you noted, and as I've mentioned previously, and that can be an issue for staff, but that, I think, goes to justification for increase of fees as well. So.
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Councillor Bain?
Well, that was the other point I felt strongly about, similar to what Councillor Barmeyer was talking about, as the fees. I think back in July we discussed that they needed review, but I share the view as well that the fees should cover the cost of staff's time easily. But not only their staff time, but somehow, I don't know how you do this, but how to compensate staff for lost municipal work hours. Because you guys are already running short. And it kind of grieves me when all these things come in that need staff attention at short notice, and we're not compensated for that. So if there's a creative way of figuring out how we can do that, I'm all open for it.
So this is similar to the works manager's suggestion of the dedicated person or a partial person or something like that?
That would help, I
I
suppose.
mean, and that could be outsourced, I guess.
Well, I'm even thinking of the CIO's time for managing all this stuff. Work doesn't get done while he's doing this. And
Yeah, he has no time.
we've got enough stuff that he's doing besides filming.
There you go. All right, any other points? Senior staff, last call, CFO, Public Works Manager.
There
Saving
were
you for last.
some
Gavel
There's
hand's
some-
getting twitchy.
there were some comments that I made in the direction request report that I would want to take into consideration in putting together a new policy. But I don't think it's necessary to go through all that unless there are any things in here that council says no, we're not on board with that. And I'm referring to page 42 and 43 of the report, or of the agenda, where I've got bottom of 42 is ABC and then top of 43 is DEF. And there's such things as noting, multi-day, being more impactful, veto power not the greatest and not really seen anywhere else, which I think everybody's on board with. Filming applications, okay, we talked about the timing. Fees, we've talked about. Filming at night. Does council have any guidance with respect to filming at night and or multi-day filming in terms of what what the policy contains or what triggers a yes versus a no, or additional considerations, whether it's simply, if it's filming at night or if it's multi-day filming, then you've got a poll. If it's simply a day shot, then you don't need to poll. I think that's more or less how it works now, but any further thoughts along those lines?
Oh, if I could
The
just-
poll takes care of that, sorry.
Sorry, go
Right,
ahead.
yeah, but the disclose in a poll, we intend to shoot at night, these dates, we intend to be here for these many days, gives the residents the right to say yes or no. End of story.
What about,
But I think the question is, if it's a simple one-day shoot in the middle of the day, broad daylight, do we need a poll? Is that-
presently we don't, even under the more restrictive 2009 policy. But I'm thinking as well about, in terms of polling, some of the considerations that we'll talk about when we get to the next item on the agenda, which is the application that's before you tonight. Where do we, there's no sort of set rules for where do we draw the line on the map as to who gets pulled and who doesn't. You know, staff has been placed in the position of having to make that discretionary decision, and I don't know that it can really be done any other way. Although it'd be helpful to have council's thoughts on, you know, what should be taken into account. Is it simply, you know, if you're above the highway, but you can see the bright lights on the street down below the highway, you know, because they're filming all night, does that impact you to the extent that you ought to be pulled? It was done in one instance for the last film on Tidewater, and it wasn't done on this one. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that as well. Something that's come up is ensuring that we are polling people who are living on the premises as opposed to absentee owners having a right to say yes or no. And so that suggests that we ought to be checking our secondary suite registry and making sure that people who are occupying secondary suites have had an opportunity to say something about the intended filming.
Yeah.
Any
So,
thoughts on?
yeah, I had some thoughts on that. I actually wrote down who decided who's affected. So, yeah, exactly. I think one of the issues with broadening who's affected is you also get to dilute the
Numbers.
the numbers, the possibilities of getting the no vote, because the further away you go, the less likely are they are to object. But you make it too narrow, and you know that's also unfair. So that becomes a very difficult thing. And I think it is subjective, and I think part of it has to be, once again, is it at night? Does it involve fireworks? Because didn't that one involve fireworks?
Or the one before did either.
Yeah,
or.
and that's why we went wider.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it involve an explosion or whatever in the film? I think I don't know how you define it otherwise. I mean, I do, and it's hard to do weighted averages on these things as well. But clearly, the person that lives on that street is more impacted than someone that lives 2 blocks back that can hear it or see it. So it's an awkward one, but and maybe it has to. I don't know. I keep going back. Maybe it has to be subjective. But the person that's closest and who's truly impacted, you know, does have the right to be heard, possibly louder than someone who's 2 blocks away that may not notice it if they've got good, you know, double insulated windows and they've gone to bed.
Would you want staff to take a look at potential ideas for weighted polling?
Is there any go-by that you could use? I mean,
Not that I've seen, but I don't know. Just
Well, and that
Don't know
being
if that's
said, though, if you are, like, for
feasible or
example,
not.
I'm in Lower Kelvin Grove, and I'm not directly affected, but my kids play on those streets. They use the trail to go down to the beach. They're everywhere. The traffic is coming down one road and up the other. So it is affecting those other 2 blocks in that sense. We're not right next door to it, but you are affected by it. So it's kind of a hard, I think it seems to be kind of, I think you need to do neighborhood hubs. I mean, if someone's filming something on Seaview Place, that has 0 effect on me. But it does have an effect, potentially, on Lions Bay Avenue and, you know, the Lions,
Yeah.
there is, yeah, exactly, so.
I think that the combinations are endless here. I think staff's doing a pretty doggone good job and using good common sense. And I can't put that into a bylaw to use common sense, and it's hard to us to articulate given the potpourri of situations. So I think we're kind of meandering a bit here. So I think where I'd like to go is that CAO, you've heard kind of our thoughts. I don't think there's pressure to have this baby before us in 2 weeks, or no. So let's get that out of the way right off the bat. So I think you got lots of good feedback, probably more than you were going to get typed, that's for sure. and Sean has got the handwritten notes. So I think we've given you lots to go for the next round, which I'm going to guess is going to be the final leg of this little story.
Well, okay, so I'll take this away and over the next month or two, put something together, bring back to council, and then at that point, you can provide further feedback, determine if it's what you had in mind or further tweaks are necessary, and you can also decide, I think, at that point, whether you're satisfied with what you've got as amended, or whether you want to undergo a further consultation with the public at that point, saying, here's what we've come up with, what do you think? You could look at it at that point in time, I think.
And when we're drafting it, Peter, I know you will be keep in mind of the survey you got, and so you can remind people and remind us that we moved this, but we moved it because 75% of the people that responded
Right.
looked at that, and we agree, or do we disagree? Right?
Yeah.
So we should make sure we're keeping in mind the survey.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
All right, so then, to put a bow to this then, so that I'll call a motion as presented, as editorialized, and as amended, and staff's got their notes. All in favor? Thank you. Good. Next item. Thank you, colleagues, for that. That was some pretty good heavy lifting in 45 minutes. Which brings us to the practical one, right before us. CIO, your batter's up.
Okay, so this is an application for a film called Lady Death. And let me just get to where I need to get to here, sorry. Okay. So, this film is proposed to take place over 4 days, October 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th, with setting up of trucks and so forth at the Kelvin Grove parking lot on the 10th, and filming beginning that evening. Things wrapping up in the wee hours of October 13th, trucks departing, the major trucks departing from the Kelvin Grove parking lot on that day. There's a couple of days before and after where small crews are on private property at the site of the filming at 185 Tidewater Way, so that should not impact any of the neighbors on those days. The request for parking is to park 10 trucks, including a generator, in the parking lot in Kelvin Grove on Tidewater, leaving 8 stalls available for residents and the public. The anticipation is about 75 crew during filming. There will be additional trucks and circus located at Sunset Marina, so there will be any extra vehicles and trucks will be located off-site away from Lions Bay. Gunshots, which I think were originally anticipated to be involved in the shooting, are no longer part of the schedule, as I understand it. As well, there will be some shots the first evening with a drone, and that is anticipated to wrap up, I think, by 10 p.m. Because it's multi-day and parking permits are required, polling was required, and the results of that polling, as far as we know at this point in time, working and getting feedback from the production company. And by the way, Mr. Dave Fullerton from LD Productions, is it?
Sony Pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is here with us tonight to listen to council's consideration of this application. So there is a, what page is it on? I'm looking for this
Mhm.
in your materials.
Page 101?
Which page is it? Sorry?
101.
101. So, in terms of the no's at the time this was put together, 115 Tidewater Way did not support. She felt that there was an insufficient donation or fees being provided in respect of the filming. Felt that something in the magnitude of 10,000 to 15,000 would sway her decision, and but she didn't feel that was sufficient. What we're anticipating at this point in time is approximately $8,800, I think, plus the original $250 non-refundable application fee, so about
So
$9,000.
she feels that the $9,000 we're receiving is inadequate?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so
Um,
this is not a donation to her, this is, she feels the
Yeah.
donation to the village is
That's
inadequate.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So, and you know, that was something that was canvassed in the filming survey. People did express opinions about whether they supported filming based on you know, what's in it for the village. And if, you know, there was a sense that, you know, if it's reasonable or there's something to be gained, something of value for the village, and that to make it worthwhile, then that's great. If it's not, then, you know, why bother? So that's more or less what that
I thought I
comment
read,
goes
the reason I
to.
said no, I thought I read somewhere that you went back to and told it was 9,000 and then she was okay with it.
That would be 45 Tidewater,
Oh,
which
so
is
there's
further
two
down the
people on
list.
there.
That's number
Okay.
11, the red number 11 on the
Okay.
map.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
So that person changed and said, yeah, they're okay with it. So that became no longer a not support, it's now a support.
Okay.
So that left 115 Tidewater and 100 Tidewater. Mr. Fullerton this morning met with the residents at 100 Tidewater, and as I understand it, they reached an agreement on accommodation and compensation, subject, I think, only to Mr. Fullerton's or to the production manager's approval. Has that been obtained yet?
Probably within, I told them within the next couple of days.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. In the interim, prior to tonight's meeting, we did receive a further email from Mrs. Zordigan. And I've copied it here for you because she forwarded a letter that we had received already and is in the materials with respect to Mr. John Sang, who is the owner of 80 Tidewater Way, I think. But he doesn't live there. He has a tenant. And the tenant, unbeknownst to the Polars, that he was a tenant, agreed to a compensation package in order to support the filming. We then learned after the fact that Mr. Sang was provided an email to the Azordigans saying he objected to the filming, but he, to my understanding, lives in West Vancouver or North Vancouver, and not in the house on Tidewater. So I say that so that council takes that with
Just ask a question about that.
a grain of salt.
Do we receive
Sorry, pardon me?
forwarded emails from other residents to council? Like, are we in a position to do that? Should we not hear directly from him? Like, and my
John,
thought is
did you
that
get-
we would disregard this because it's not firsthand.
Did we get that John Sang email directly as well?
No, he came to me directly from him, that's for sure.
Pardon me?
He came directly to me.
Ron
forwarded me whatever it was to.
in any event, notwithstanding rules regarding hearsay evidence and so forth, we're not in a court of law. I think it's, he sent it and that's his thought. But I think what council needs to determine is whether or not a non-resident owner of a property ought to have the ability to have an impact on a polling result. So I just put that out there for your consideration. And then, so in re-forwarding his email today, this afternoon, Mrs. Zordigan indicated that both he, Mr. Tsang, and us, i.e. the Zordigans, are opposed to the filming, and maybe there are others that they don't know of who are opposed. Which surprised me because I understood that there had been an agreement reached, so I emailed her regarding that, and the first page of what you've got handed out to you now is her response. Basically that they oppose filming, period. In this particular case, if it's going to go ahead, then they would rather not be there. But they would rather be there in their home if possible. They're opposed unless, if they have to go, they have to go. But they don't want to have to go. It's more or less the gist of it. So that is the latest update on that aspect of the application. So as things stand, however you consider the vote for 100 Tidewater from the Zordigans, there's definitely one at 115 Tidewater who is opposed, and if you count them, if you count the Zordigans as opposed and you count John Tsang's vote as opposed, that would be 3 opposed out of 37 total polled, so it's less than 10% opposed. 10% would be 3.7 or 4 people. 3 is less than 10%. So regardless, it would still be, the polling result would be greater than 10%, or sorry, over 90% approved. But the policy says 100%, or 0% opposed. Again, council is being asked to consider whether or not they wish to go with the 90% or some other number that was used in the last 2 filming applications, the one last year on Tidewater, or the one as well in Brunswick Beach earlier this year, which both used 90% or 10% opposed. And I think that's pretty much the gist of it, subject to any questions that council may have.
All right, let's get to that this way. Council, before you have the master motion on page 93, and I refer you to page 95, which is the options. And again, as we've done before, if it's, unless others would like to do it in a different way, I'll continue to do this. I'll put forward the motion, I'll ask for a second. We'll go to discussion, I'll make my point, and then we'll go on and we'll go from the amendment. So, excuse me, the master recommendation is on page, well, it's on the report 93, but it's also on the agenda. Now we go to page 95, which is option. I would suggest option number 1. And with amended as follows: approve the film permit application in accordance with the recommendation above. A, assuming the objections do not exceed a 20% threshold, period, delete the rest.
So you're taking 1A and substituting 20% instead of 10%?
Yeah, I think in the job that you're at, people change, they talk to their neighbors, this could be changing tomorrow. What's the difference between 10 and 20%?
My only comment, if I may,
Please.
Your Honor, is with respect to making a decision on an application prior to settling on a new film policy.
Yep.
Where it's on the face of things unnecessary to go any higher than 10% for this particular application. Going higher prior to settling on a policy amount, I think would be premature and perhaps be setting a precedent that council doesn't need to set until such time as they've reviewed the policy and settled on a new policy.
All right, thank you for your advice, and I'll amend, and I would go with option 1 as written. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. Discussion, please. Gavel hand. Okay, call a motion. All in favor? Thank you. Done.
Does that mean I got my house?
You are the winner tonight, sir. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
You're welcome. All right, thank you, CAO, for the depth of work on both those pieces. And I think it would be fair to say that council has enough with anything to do with the word film in it, for at least the next one.
And hopefully the next time we do it, we have a new policy over there.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we're past that. So, Robert, start humming the engines here. So we are on item number 2, as everybody catches up. Robert, you have the show. Thank you.
All right, so just as Shauna gets me logged in for the PowerPoint, I hope I don't bore you all. I hope it can be pretty dry, emergency management, when you're not in an emergency, so hopefully it's not too dry for you. I'm not trying to put anybody to sleep tonight.
All right, if you see me looking at you, it's not working.
All right, so Peter asked me to talk to you tonight about the emergency program, give you a report on where we are with the emergency program and where we want to be. First thing we need to do is decide what we need to do. Where are the gaps in the program? And there are quite a few. Just a brief introduction there. Our mission, our vision, our values are going to be what help guide us to serve the community of Lions Bay. I mean, that's really what emergency management is all about, to serve your community. We want to be a prepared and disaster resilient Lions Bay. We want, disasters happen. It's an unfortunate reality, and it is getting worse and more frequent and more intense. There's just a few examples that have happened in Canada since 2010. And some of those were pretty horrific. Most of those were pretty horrific, actually. The Canadian Disaster Database has more than 195 major disasters between 2008 and 2019. It's going to happen. It's becoming more a question of when is it going to happen instead of if it's going to happen. So what can we do about it? The emergency program is built around the 4 pillars of planning, mitigation, response, and recovery. Those are the keys to building a disaster resilient community. And resiliency is not being untouched by disasters, never having a disaster happen. Resiliency is being able to weather the storm, come through it, come back better. Disaster resiliency is a huge theme right now in emergency management best practices. Canada, as a country, is really pushing for resiliency based on the Sendai framework that the UN put out in 2015. Which brings us to where we're at, the current status of the emergency program. What do we have and what do we need? Well, we have an outdated emergency plan from 2015. We do have a volunteer emergency support services team, previously known as Emergency Social Services. We have a recent natural hazards assessment on the coastal creek and hillside hazards. Very narrow focus there, but it is there. We have a now fully functioning Lions Bay Alert emergency notification system. And we have a small number of mitigation measures that have been undertaken to reduce risk that NIA and the Public Works team have undertaken. What we don't have is the Emergency Program Committee isn't sitting, which is required by legislation, by provincial legislation. We have no formalized process in place to review plans and make improvements to those plans. No reporting process that's formalized, reporting from the Emergency Program to the Emergency Program Committee and from the Emergency Program Committee to Council. The all hazard risk assessment is dated from 2003. Hazards have changed since then. The nature of hazards have changed since then. That document needs to be updated every year. We can't run an EOC. If we had a natural disaster today, we couldn't run an EOC out of what we've got. There's no training program for staff to keep their skills up to date. If you go to EOC training 5 years ago, you're going to forget a lot of it when you go into an EOC. If you haven't been going to regular training to keep those skills up to date. And in the same vein, no exercise program. You want to exercise your plans. You want to test your plans to find the holes. You want to put your staff through the paces so that in an actual emergency, they're going to have that muscle memory on what to do. But we don't have that right now. We don't have a volunteer program. And by that I mean policies, procedures for how to manage our volunteers. Public service or public safety lifeline volunteers are the backbone of any emergency management program. We're talking ESS, road rescue, search and rescue, which we have, but beyond that, a lot of emergency management programs have EOC teams, which we don't have. We don't have an ESS director to provide the ESS team with the direction it needs to continue to improve, to continue to grow. Business continuity planning, which is becoming best practice in emergency management planning, is not addressed in the old emergency plan. There is a very high level and dated evacuation plan that we're working on improving, and we need to put in a continuous improvement process where you make plans, you do the plans, you check the plans, and you make any changes and act on those changes. That is best practice according to Canadian standards. Lions Bay is unique, as I'm finding out the longer I'm here. Lions Bay is faced with a really challenging mixture of features and hazards. It's a small village on the side of a mountain at the edge of the ocean. So you've got a very interesting blend of hazards there, but you have limited resources in how to deal with it. So we need to make the best of what we can do with those resources. We do have a very strong volunteer community in Lions Bay. I'm really impressed with how many people step up to volunteer for the fire rescue, the search and rescue, the support services. It's fantastic. But you need to keep current, or we need to keep current with the hazard assessments and the forecast models. Like I said, hazards change. Climate change has had a huge impact on different types of hazards that Lions Bay is facing. Forest fires happen more regularly now, and they're a lot worse. And that's partly due to climate change, and we need to keep on top of that by reviewing the hazards every year. And as I previously said, work within our means and keep the work realistic. Small steps are still a motion forward, but we need to do the best with what we can to be as prepared as we can. And make use of volunteers whenever possible as a force multiplier. To that end, what I'm recommending is, I have 6 of them here, you have 7 in your package because Peter wanted to separate out the bylaw, but 7 strategic objectives for the next year to help bring the emergency program into statutory compliance. Because right now, the emergency program as it stands is not compliant with provincial legislation. And that emergency program can be audited by the Minister in charge of emergency management, BC, at any time. Any documents can be audited at any time by that minister. So we need to ensure statutory compliance. That's number one, and that's the first strategic objective I've got there. That's based on the Emergency Program Act, which is currently under revision, but the current one is from 1996. The Local Authority Emergency Management Regulation from 95. And any other documents that we need to draw in to give us guidance into how to become statutorily compliant. We need to have a fully functioning EOC. In the event of an emergency, we need that EOC to provide guidance to emergency responders. We're going to be seeking a grant from the Union of British Columbia Municipalities because they have a funding stream for EOC development right now. And we want to have a flexible and portable EOC that if we had to evacuate the EOC to move to a secondary location, we can just pick everything up and move. We're not going to have multiple EOCs in different locations. Getting back to risk reduction. Risk identification and risk reduction is a huge part of resilience, and you can do that that's done through preparation and mitigation actions. I'm going to go a little bit more in depth into these in just a moment. We want to increase community-based response capacity, and that's not the community coming out and responding as first responders, but helping to support each other, giving them the knowledge that they need to make themselves personally resilient can help make a more resilient community. And that can be done through public education, outreach, and awareness. We want to incorporate business continuity and promote organizational readiness, having staff ready to respond to an emergency through training and exercises, having that business continuity in place so that if something bad does happen, how do we go back to business as usual as quick as possible? And we want to strengthen our strategic partnerships with our neighboring communities. If we have an emergency, we're going to be relying on help from West Vancouver, North Vancouver, Squamish, whoever we can get to help us, to give us the manpower that we need to face an emergency. We want to work with EMBC to make sure that we're compliant with their regulations as well. So here are just a few things that we need to do to become statutory compliant. We need to update the emergency program bylaw. The old bylaw is dated and the terms of reference are out of date as well. It was written in 2009, and since then the provincial emergency program has been absorbed by EMBC. There's, as I mentioned, lack of clear direction regarding reporting to committee and council, and the review and updating of the emergency plan and other documents is not addressed in the current bylaw. We are in the process of rewriting the emergency plan because it is outdated. It's cumbersome to implement it. As it stands, it's a very large document, which is confusing for people to find information in the event of an emergency. It's also missing a few pieces. It's missing the change and amendment process and the business continuity concepts that have become best practice. We're doing this by updating the terms of reference. We're simplifying the plan so that it's easier to use in a stressful situation. We're streamlining it through incorporating support documents, an EOC annex, ESS annex, evacuation annex. Instead of having that all housed within one plan, we're going to have it so that you go to whatever the emergency is, you pull out the annex you need, and that's going to give you the information as quick as possible. And we need to update the list of hazards and risks based on current assessments. Our ESS team is currently lacking a director, which is an EMBC requirement. At last count that I have, we have 12 very dedicated volunteers on the ESS team, which is fantastic. They provide support to those who've been affected by a disaster, but they need somebody to give them direction. They need to be the captain of the ship.
What is that, or who is that person typically?
Typically, it's a volunteer from the ESS team. Some communities have a staff member fill that role. Usually, I would say having a volunteer would be the best way to do it, especially somebody who's come up through the program, because they would understand the program the best. They would understand the people, the interpersonal relationships the best.
So I think to recap, you believe we have such a person within the team?
I have yet to meet with the team, actually, and I'm planning on attending their meeting next week too.
Would you be attending all of their meetings?
The majority of them.
Okay.
Might be a conversation that Robert and I need to have in terms of allocation of time and
Okay.
resources and so forth, but certainly it needs some attention now, and that's the intent
Okay. Well,
at this point in time.
Key piece here is the director's not an outside
Mhm.
person. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Robert, have you met with any of the other groups in putting this together? Have you met with the search and rescue, fire?
I haven't had the opportunity, no. We've talked about meeting with Andrew. They are outside of the emergency program. The emergency program is an umbrella over top of the response agencies, but the response agencies are a separate entity.
Wouldn't you have thought that you should have gathered that information first as a priority in terms of...
Right now, I'm just looking at the way the emergency program as an emergency program is, not
So
the
this is
full
this is a desktop paper study at the moment. You haven't
Yes.
actually reached out and...
This is what we've got based on the documents that we have right now. It's a gap analysis of what the program has and what the program needs to be compliant to provincial legislation.
Sorry, I'll let you. Yeah. Okay.
So as a local authority, the local authority is required by legislation to establish and maintain training and exercise programs for all staff who might be involved in the emergency and any volunteers. We need to develop that. It's not currently there. There's for the emergency program. We're going to be developing a multi-year training schedule for staff and volunteers. And we're looking at a multi-year exercise schedule as well. Currently, the Emergency Operations Center, the top floor of the Dale Platt building, would be barely functional due to a lack of resources. There are no IT resources, no computers for anybody to use during an EOC activation, no printers, no data displays, so TVs to display news. We are going to be looking at that grant from UBCM to provide us with some money to buy those IT resources. And the grant is 100% coverage, maximum of $25,000. And again, the key concepts will be portability and flexibility in case we have to relocate. And we may need to look at another backup location if we have to move further away than council chambers, which is the current backup location. One gap that we did identify is that if an EOC needs to be activated, there's at least a gap of 30 to 60 minutes with staff coming in from outside of the village before an EOC could be activated. In other municipalities, other emergency programs use volunteers to help supplement their staff in the EOC, and we could address this gap with a similar volunteer program. And just as some guidelines there, they would need to be local so that the response time would be minimized. They would be used to set up the EOC and in anticipation of staff arrival. They would not activate the EOC. The EOC cannot be activated until the director is there. With some training, they can be used to fill different roles within the EOC beyond setting everything up. And they could help support the emergency program in other roles as more training is obtained. But one of the key pieces is they would need to not have any other emergency response role. We wouldn't want any conflict of interest, well, not conflict of interest, but conflict of priorities. If they're on fire, they need to be responding to fire. If they're on search and rescue, they need to be dealing with search and rescue. Preparation and mitigation for disaster risk reduction. One of the first steps is understanding the hazards, and to do that we need a new hazard risk vulnerability assessment. We have some new information from the 2018 study that hasn't been incorporated into the HRVA that we have, and it should be updated yearly or when new hazards are discovered or hazards change. Some of the mitigation that's been done to increase disaster risk reduction by Public Works is the rock scaling of the Harvey and Magnesia Creek access roads, which is an ongoing process with them. They've got the Harvey water tank replacement that's currently being done. This will increase water capacity and firefighting capacity. Building codes are another example of hazard mitigation. And what else we could do? Fire fuel management reduces the risks of interface fire. That's an example of a community level risk reduction, but you can also have personal level risk reduction. Education of the public on hazard reductions can reduce injuries or damage during an earthquake, for example. If people are taught to secure their furniture to the walls in the event of an earthquake, you're not going to have a bookcase falling over on anybody. And that's done through public education, outreach, and awareness. You can, the village website already has resources for the public, but we can also point them to Prepared BC's website. We could offer courses and seminars to the public on personal preparedness topics. We can have community presentations and meetings on different topics of interest regarding hazard awareness. And then volunteer teams and different volunteer opportunities. Public awareness, we've got the Lions Bay Alert is now fully functional, and Village Update will be used to provide any information the public need to know. Currently, we have more than 100 residents that have fully completed the sign-up process with Lions Bay Alert, so they will be notified if any emergency notification goes out. There are two ways Lions Bay Alert will be used. It'll be used for public emergency messaging, and that is only in the event of an emergency. The public will be contacted. If an emergency requires them to take action or prepare to take action to protect themselves or their loved ones. We're looking at using Lions Bay Alert to also provide messaging for staff, council, and volunteers in the event of an emergency. We can use that to provide early notification if people need to report to the EOC, for instance, or just if they need a heads up that something is happening.
How do I know if I'm one of those 100 people?
You are.
Thank you.
I know you are, but you can, if people aren't sure.
Well, I mean,
I've tried it
Okay.
like twice.
So there's, I've got a question about this. We had 300 and odd people we thought were signed up initially. We're now down to 100. Now there was a second stage that some people missed. We got to kick this thing in the butt and find out what we can get it sorted out.
There were never 300 people who had completed the process. 300 people did the first step of the process. It's a two-step process. You sign up for Lions Bay Alert through the website. That's the first step. You get an email from ePact, which is the service provider we're using for the messaging, and you have to create a login with them to complete the process.
Didn't come through. I've signed up twice and I've never received the follow-up email.
It's probably in your junk folder.
And then it probably deleted itself after 30 days.
So
You tried hard.
So maybe we need a caveat on the website just saying check the junk folder.
So I think we have been providing some updates to the website content, as well as we put some information in the last couple of village updates, letting people know that it is a two-step process, and that, here's what you need to do.
but we know who the 200 misguided people are. Why don't we just send them another email from council that they'll pay attention to? Or from the village, should I say?
The system does allow you to send a secondary reminder to those people?
And we've sent two reminders.
So
In the
maybe
last
two are in
2
the
months.
junker?
I
So-
was just checking my junk mail on the weekend and I didn't see it, but I'll go do it again.
Well, I mean, you're one of the informed ones. There's the other 184 that are out there that are not. And they're not following up off our instructions in the village update.
Because they've got a spam system on their computer that doesn't get them to see those because it comes from some
Third party.
bulk
yeah.
third-party place. But sure, we can get in front of it if we can find out who they are, contact them a different way, help them out.
Okay.
We know who they are.
This question's
Staff
gonna
will
keep
look
coming
into
up.
it.
We're
Yes.
tasking you with number build-up here, Robert.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we have been getting some build-up of numbers, confirmed, completed.
It- I believe it was 57 confirmed when I started, so
Okay.
Oh, then we're on an upward trajectory.
we're moving upwards. We're going to be doing our first system test on October 17th, concurrent with the Great BC Shakeout. Just a test message so that people who are signed up know they're getting notifications. Organizational readiness and business continuity. I hate to keep harping on it, but this is best practice. It's how we get back to business the next day after an emergency. We do it through training. We do it through, right now, BC Hydro and I are working on creating a list of critical infrastructure priorities to be restored. We need to have that as well on for any services that are offered by the village to the people that are classified as critical infrastructure so that we can get that back up and running as quickly as possible. And just a few ways we can strengthen our strategic partnerships with our neighboring communities. There's a Sea to Sky Emergency Program Coordinators Working Group that meets quarterly that we're going to be taking part in. I've been in communication already with the EPCs in Squamish and Bowen to establish communication with them so that we can share ideas, we can share information, and we already have that communication corridor open before an emergency so that we can have proactive communications. And whenever possible, we're going to participate in joint exercises with them, again, to develop that relationship, to have that awareness of each other so that in a real emergency, we've already got that working relationship in place. How do we measure our success? There's just a few possible success milestones that I would put out there. We want to be compliant with legislation. We want to have a emergency support services director in place by the end of the year. We want to have an exercise plan that is exercised and tested so that we know there aren't any holes, and approved by the Emergency Program Committee. We want to have the Emergency Program Committee meet twice in 2020, and we want to have a functioning EOC and a training and exercise plan in place. So in conclusion...
Before you conclude, Robert, I see a lot of 2020s in there. Are all these going to be done in 2020?
It's my hope.
Thank you.
I'm going to do everything I can to get it in
So it sounds
place
like,
by 2020.
sounds like it could be reached.
Yes, it is possible.
Okay, thank you.
So, as I said, it's increasingly becoming a question of when instead of if people are affected either directly or indirectly by a disaster. We've all heard the news stories. We all know somebody who's been impacted by a disaster. That can also have an effect on people. When a disaster happens, it's the local authority that is responsible for the direction and control of local emergency response. Now, to clarify, the local authority isn't responsible for direction and control of regular emergency response. It's not the local authority that directs ambulance every time they go out or the fire crew every time they go out. It's the coordination, the direction, and the control of an extraordinary emergency response. An effective emergency program means that the local authority can exercise that direction and control. And if we move forward with the strategic goals I've outlined here, I believe it is possible that we can have a fully functioning, effective emergency program that is legislatively compliant.
So if I can maybe pick up where Robert left off and bring you to page 107 of 292. The recommendation there is that you receive the report, and then secondly, to adopt the following strategic objectives if you agree with these objectives, which are intended to help prioritize the steps necessary to developing an effective functioning emergency program as required by legislation. And then you see A through G set out there. And then thirdly, that the proposal to create a Lions Bay Emergency Team, LBET for short, be approved and the staff be directed to put out a call for volunteer members. That is canvassed right after, in your package at page 125, right after the PowerPoint presentation slides. And it identifies the issue that Robert alluded to in terms of the gap in staff responding and having trained volunteers help set up the EOC, and ultimately, upon receiving sufficient training, have active duties with the EOC as well. So that proposal is all set out in detail here at page 125, and just at the top of page 126. What follows after the first paragraph, where the heading says Lions Bay Emergency Team Recruitment Posting, the rest of that in the following page is an example of what that recruitment might look for, or might look like, in terms of getting people to express an interest in becoming a volunteer on this new team. So that is the third recommendation on page 107. The fourth is that Robert convene a meeting of the Emergency Program Committee in the form that it is intended to be constituted under the Emergency Program Bylaw number 566, which he didn't get into, and which I can lead you through now, or with his assistance perhaps. Beginning at on page 134, what you see is a track change version of the old bylaw to the new bylaw, and we went this route instead of an amending bylaw because Robert had already drafted what a new one ought to look like, and then I just went in and did this track change version so you can see what had changed. So some of the key things are, in terms of the definition, setting out the emergency plan is as constituted at any given point in time, and deleting the definition of Lions Bay Emergency Management Organization because it's defined in the next paragraph, and which more or less sets out the requirements of the Emergency Program Act as to what an emergency management organization ought to entail. So in this case, what we've got is it entails the council, the emergency program committee, and the emergency program coordinator. And then the council, the next section sets out what the council's duties are in an emergency. Not much has changed there other than just some tweaks to wording. Paragraph 5, emergency program committee. So this has undergone a little bit of a change. So we've got under C, part 2C, I've added deputy emergency program coordinator. This is what the committee consists of. So it's the mayor and 3 members of council, the CAO, emergency program coordinator, who is also the CAO at this point in time, the deputy emergency program coordinator, who's Robert, public works manager, fire chief or their designate, the ESS director or their designate, and such other members as council may determine. And so what has changed there is previously it said representatives of police, fire administration, public works, emergency social services, communications, search and rescue, health services, ambulance. Those other organizations are not under the care and control of the municipality. However, they are important people who would be invited to attend meetings of the Emergency Planning Committee. They're not always going to be able to attend, and it may not be necessary to have them there on each and every occasion. It may be that if the committee's going to be discussing something to do with the roles and responsibilities of search and rescue vis-a-vis fire department, then we would want to have representatives there from SAR. And so they would be invited to attend meetings as required. As well, police aren't going to come to all of our meetings, but when we need them to, then they will certainly be invited, and we would let them know when we really need them to come, as opposed to just inviting them to come because we're having a meeting. And so that's a bit of a change there. Emergency Program Committee shall, and then the role and responsibilities of the Emergency Program Committee as set out under this bylaw as amended are to provide strategic budgetary advice and recommendations to council regarding the emergency program and the emergency plan, including in respect of, and then there's things that were found they used to be further down the page. You can see all the things that are crossed out. So it's just been sort of a little bit of a reorganization to make it clear as to how it fits in with the committee's roles and responsibilities. The committee can strike subcommittees and work groups as necessary, and meet biannually or as determined by the committee. And then the emergency program coordinator, and I've added, or the deputy emergency program coordinator is accountable to the CAO, and is responsible to provide leadership and administration and so forth to the program and the committee, to coordinate and supervise subcommittees and work groups, develop the emergency program, the strategic plan in relation thereto, action plans, budgets, other emergency plans, maintain them, provide status reports, and so on down the page. So it's just a few tweaks here and there. And under paragraph 7 on page 140, emergency response sets out the responsibilities of the EOC director, which under the bylaw, as previously set out, it is the CAO, and as the EOC director is authorized by council to exercise the powers that are provided under the Act, under a state of local emergency, and to expend municipal funds as set out in paragraph 7.3b. It used to say up to $10,000 at the discretion of the EOC director. I've changed that to $25,000 to represent this day and age, and an amount over $25,000 is at the discretion of council. Any expenditures made must be brought before council as soon as possible, and then 7.4 is just a confirmation of what that authority entails. And that's pretty much the meat and potatoes of the changes to the bylaw. So back to page 107 is that the emergency program bylaw be introduced and read a first and second time. So there's an opportunity to ponder and consider all the information and come back at a future date with any reconsiderations or amendments or anything along that.
If I might, Peter, one of the things I noticed when I looked at the BC Auditor General for municipalities, they recently did an audit of a number of emergency programs, and one of the things that really stood out to me is bylaws were one of the first things they always found to be non-compliant because bylaws were dated and needed to be updated in almost every case.
is best practice now, having something in your bylaw with respect to business continuity, or is that more or less just something that needs to be incorporated into the emergency program itself and not necessarily in the bylaw?
That's more just in the planning.
Okay. Right. So Robert has also been working on, as he alluded to, streamlining the emergency plan itself, going through that and updating it and taking out bits and pieces and creating separate annexes for them, for the EOC, for the ESS, and for evacuation. And so we didn't bring that tonight, because he's still plugging away at that and making good progress, but we felt that this was sufficient material to put before you tonight to sort of go over where things are at. It obviously doesn't please me to have it all laid out, and I'm sure yourselves as well, as to our deficiencies and what we're not doing, and all the areas in which we're not compliant. It's difficult, as we all know, for small communities to have sufficient resources to stay on top of everything. This is something that we've probably put off far too long, and there's a lot of work to do, and so this is a jumping in with both feet exercise and identifying all the things that we need to do, and rolling up our sleeves for the work ahead.
Good, thank you very much.
Just for some guidance, would it be difficult to put together a table of tools the village has that create safety and tools the village needs? Not documents, not policies, but actual, whether it's radios or maps with routes of how to get out or signage. Do we have any inventory at all of anything like that? Or are we completely void of any kind of safety equipment?
We have an inventory of supplies in terms of ESS supplies in an emergency that were gifted to us by feds.
It was the federal government, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so I guess maybe what I'm trying to say is, could we put a stake in the ground, have some kind of tangible deliverable from this role that's actually useful in terms of helping people stay safe? Whether it's whatever it is that we elevate, an evacuation route, or some kind of map, or some tool that people can walk away with and say, this here I actually feel like I know where to run to if there's a fire. So I don't think
that's going to be incident specific. So you can't just give somebody a map and say, this is where you go.
I guess
without, and that's going to be the role of the EOC director.
So can we have something delivered by the end of the year is what I'm asking.
I think that's what we're working on with the EOC, is that's why the emphasis is is on the EOC, because that's what we have to have. We have to an up and running EOC, and that's where all the information specific to the incident comes from. So it's not really so much what material we have, it's having an operational EOC. And that's why the fire department in some ways is separate. Like we have the EOC, which coordinates everything. We already have a fire department, we have SAR. So it's the EOC that's, I think, our main focus, getting that up and functioning. So when we have a disaster, staff are trained, we go to the EOC, we can run it, and then do our incident-specific things from that. Because depending on the incident, anything could change, like a fire versus an earthquake versus, because we have had EOCs before, just because of water shortages and things like that. And that's where we're really lacking, is that we're not trained and we don't have an EOC. Like we couldn't run an EOC right now.
Well, I mean, we
Well,
would
a small
basically be
one.
running it out of the office.
Out of the office,
in terms of what we have. But in terms of helping people sooner than later, that falls under the category that Robert alluded to in terms of education awareness and we have information on our website that pertains to the things that you ought to do to prepare yourself. I have put together a bunch of materials that are on there. We have alluded to them from time to time, but an awareness campaign certainly is something that will involve a lot more and a lot more emphasis. And as we pull the pieces together, I think that we can strive towards that as one of the key deliverables is education, awareness, and letting people know what they can do to help themselves to begin with, as well as all of those other, those milestones that Robert laid out in this presentation as to, these are important markers. These are things that we need to achieve and accomplish. And when we have accomplished some of these things, we will have achieved important milestones. So I think there are a number of deliverables and objectives that have been laid out that we need to be working on, and we are working on. And speaking to the training and exercise aspect of things, Robert has been talking with the director of North Shore Emergency Management, who he knows, and we're arranging for some training in the office for staff coming up. We're aiming for next month. Oh, no, I'm looking at November, probably 13th or something like that now. And other exercises that are on the horizon via coordination with NSEN and SLRD in Squamish, as well as exercises that are coming down the pipe from the integrated emergency program for the region. IPRAM is putting together. So there's some other exercises that I'll be taking part in next month or the month after as well, that Robert will join in on aspects of it. So there are concrete steps being taken as we speak, and a lot to do, but we're starting down that path. And
speaking to the point of tangibles, unfortunately, with emergency management, a lot of it isn't evident to the public until there is an emergency. All of the planning that goes into responding to an emergency, providing that direction and control of the emergency, that unfortunately is all out of the public's eye. There might be a public copy on the website, but let's be honest, nobody's going to want to sit through and read it. It's a very boring document for the layperson or for most people. And until there is an emergency, when they see the EOC go up and they see that direction and that control, it's unfortunately not something that most people think about or most people would find value in until they see it in an emergency situation.
There's a lot of stuff here on the legislative front. Neville, you have a point, and I'm going to go through it.
Sure, I have a point. I'm afraid had his finger up first, but I think he beat me to the punch by touch. Do you want to
alphabetically go?
I'll go alphabetically. I'm pleased that you recognise it as a strong volunteer community line, but I don't think we're making any attempt to exercise it. I struggle with the fact that go down this far, we haven't met with the ESS, haven't met with SARS, haven't met with the fire chief, and now we're going to go out and start a ERT, emergency response team, whatever acronym you use, I can't remember, that's going to help, and we haven't actually met with those people that have really invested something into this. I know for a fact there's been people trying to get, with best intentions and maybe within all the professional people, trying to make progress on evacuation plans. There's work that's gone into that. I think you should reach out. I'm advising you, I'm suggesting that you reach out first before we go to step one, or to step A to G. And I think the first thing would be meet with these other people.
Well, if I might speak to that, that's why we're recommending we convene the emergency program committee so that we can meet with those people and they can look at those strategic objectives and have their input into if we need to change those objectives or add to them in any way. And that would involve the agencies that you're referring to.
I think Robert would have met with the ESS already had they not, taken the summer off. It's been a long time for meetings. So the first opportunity for him to meet with them was next week when they have their next meeting. So it's not a case of putting anything off. But as he alluded to, the ESS is not part of the EOC, and neither is the fire chief. The fire chief would be exercising his own responsibilities with the fire department, probably as an incident commander.
I understand that, I got that already.
But as he also points out, it's important for us to get together as pulling in the key members of the committee to sit down and go over this information and go over the documentation and talk about what's important and what the objectives are and what we've got to work with and where we need to concentrate our efforts.
You fine, Councillor Abbott, ready to go to Bain?
I'll leave that point at that, I guess.
Well, but Robert says they're going to meet with these agencies, as he said, so.
Well, as far as your recommendation of point 1 about the current state of the Village of Lions Bay emergency program, I think you can understand why I've been pushing for years to have an emergency program coordinator in this community. We've had a deficiency for a long time and it's been glaring us in the face and we haven't been able to do anything about it. We have had EOCs over the years operate with our pitiful amount of equipment. It can be done, but it's not good. We need to improve on it. But going on to point 2, I'm concerned that we're backing into this. And I think Neville's brought up the excellent point. Robert's been on for 2 months now. This is the first time we've met him. I'm really disappointed in that. When a new member comes into our crew, I think an attempt should be made to introduce us so we know who we've got. And it further bothers me that there's been no effort to reach out to the emergency services as a first step. I mean, we're going to legislation before we deal with relationship. Emergency services functions on a relationship. The litigation, or not the litigation, the regulation is there to make the system work. We don't have a EOC, for example, for the reasons of statutory compliance. We have one to get the job done. And the regulations help us to get it done. So one of the primary functions of the EOC is to support the first responders. So how do you know how to support the first responders? Meet with them.
That's what we're going to do.
No. 2 months in.
No, okay, so with all due respect, Councillor Bain, senior staff have a very difficult time getting a meeting with the fire chief on anything. He is a very, very busy person. We have had little to no success. It's not easy to do. As well, our new employee works Thursdays and Fridays. He's only in 2 days a week. This is the first council meeting we've had since he's been hired. He's here to meet council and to introduce himself and for you to get to know him and let you in on what he's been working on and identified as the gaps that we have and the things that he thinks that we should be addressing based on his knowledge and experience. So, yeah, we're 2 months in, but we've been 2 months since we've had a council meeting, and he's just started. So we're moving in the direction that we need to move, and we will be having conversations with all the people who need to be sitting around the table. But we haven't had an opportunity to do that yet. That's coming, for sure. It's an important part of it, like you say. But we haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
Well, I can just make a phone call to the fire chief and he'll get back to me within a day. I don't know why it's so difficult to meet with him.
He's not answered.
Does he get back to you in person or does he call you? I
Either
have
way.
not seen Andrew in 2 months.
We've
and I
talked about
call
getting
him,
together, Councillor Bain.
Yeah.
It's easier said than done. Let's
Alright.
put it that way.
All right, the
In any event,
the gavel's
it will
hitting the
happen,
table here.
but-
Okay, we're where we are today.
Councillor Bain, over the years, he's been chair of our ESS and our emergency planning coordination, and you guys can meet this afternoon or tomorrow, give you some history, help you understand where it's going. He's been on this council for three terms, and he's been involved in our, he used to be our fire chief. I'm sure he's got a wealth of information. I suggest you find an hour.
Okay.
That's my suggestion.
All right. I think everybody's got their points. So, I mean, my observation, because I'm going to start going through this in a second, is that we went from, you know, Peter, I guess if you'd worked another 200 overtime hours, we wouldn't be in this crappy shape, but shame on you. That was jocular.
Yeah.
But here we are. So I think with Robert on board, in the 2 months, I mean, from the slideshow that we've seen and the direction we're going, I fail to see that we're not going to have an outstanding 2020, even if many, if not all of those things are accomplished. So enough on that, let's get right to the piece of it here. So on the recommendation, the first is to receive the State of the Village of Lions Bay Emergency Program, including the State of the Emergency Program PowerPoint presentation to be received. Can I have a motion? That's second. Any discussion? No, all in favor? Thank you, received. Item number 2, and keeping in mind my statements and Peter's and the council members on a similar theme, we are moving forward, and this is the piece. So the item number 2 is that council adopt the following strategic objectives to help prioritize the steps necessary to developing an effective functioning emergency program as required by legislation. And I won't read it, it's A to G. I'll put forward that motion. Can I have a second? Thank you, Jamie. Any discussion? I think we've just had it.
Could we put engage the existing volunteer communities in this list? Or does it, I guess it goes without saying that that's what you intend
Well,
to
it's,
do.
they're meeting on the 24th, so I think that's kind of a done deal. Did I just get the wrong group?
Well, we're talking about strategic objectives, so I think that that's a worthwhile
Okay.
strategic objective, is to ensure that volunteers are, what was your wording? Volunteers are engaged?
Existing volunteer organizations are engaged, yeah.
Okay, so that'll be item H.
Well, if I could add to that, piggybacking on Neville's comment, I think before we do any of this stuff, I think they should be engaged, and Robert should do a SWOT analysis with each one of them and find out what the needs are, so that we know that we've got this right. We're just guessing with just looking at paper, but we need to have a relationship with them. And if I can just say this, in emergency services, if you want to be successful, you pretty well have to adopt the attitude, regulation without relationship leads to rebellion. And I don't mean an out-and-out battle. You're going to have resistance. And we're going at it right now with a regulatory system. We do need this to be done. I don't dispute that at all. But if we don't get the relationships, we're not going to get on board with the people who are volunteering. And I think it should be A before any of this other stuff is done. I think you should do whatever you can to do it.
I think that it's important to convene a meeting of the Emergency Planning Committee as soon as possible, because those are the people that you're talking about that need to be in the room having that discussion. So instead of Robert doing it individually, one-on-one, we can do it with everybody in the room talking about these sorts of things and talking about all of these different aspects of the emergency program.
I don't think you'll get an accurate SWOT analysis of each department. If everybody's going to be bringing their stuff to the table, you will not get a focused one and get an accurate SWOT analysis of that agency. I think he's got to get away from the desk and sit down and meet with these people.
So he will be meeting next week with the ESS.
Good.
We have requested a meeting with Andrew. He said, good idea, let's try and organize something. We haven't been able to do it yet. But I think that the interests and the perspectives that can be brought to the table by those players, fire department, ESS, SAR, that can be done at an emergency planning committee meeting. I'm not sure why you're not in agreement with that, and perhaps I'm missing something that you can help me with, because I think that that's the appropriate forum in which each of these representatives of these agencies can provide perspective to the planning committee and to assist Robert in terms of direction.
Well, a couple of councils ago, I used to run the emergency planning committee. And when you get everybody in the room at the same time, there's so many issues going on, it is no longer focused on each individual one. You need a type A personality on each one of the departments if he's going to press his case to get a good analysis put forward to the committee. The better way to do it is just sit down and have a casual conversation where you can go over these items and come up with a good understanding of what each department is really about and what they need. In a big gathering, it's difficult to get everybody to be represented because the more dominant people in the room will dominate the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So the one-on-ones are far superior, and you'll get much better information and a much clearer idea of the agency that they represent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to kibosh stuff.
I think Councillor Bain said it best earlier when he said, whatever words you used, go out first, build the relationship, rather than go into a meeting with a lot of people. At least go in, having had some time with someone, and have some, some relationship, albeit fairly superficial and early, established. So you've got a bit of a connection, then you can go in the room and start talking about things, rather than everyone coming in a room and so who's who in the zoo kind of starts it all off, and everyone's on a different page. I think it makes sense.
Robert, if you were to meet with these groups, knowing what you know, what kind of timetable would you be looking at? I mean, it's about the time to execution here.
Well, I mean, as soon as possible would be ideal. It's not that I haven't wanted to meet with them. As Peter said, we have reached out to the fire chief. We haven't been able to get a time where we could sit down, where he was able to come out. ESS was on their break over the summer. So over the next month, at the very outset, I would like to meet with those people. So.
I'd be happy to hear that happen. Thanks.
So I'm hearing that perhaps it would be best to defer item 2 until such time as we've had an opportunity to firstly meet with different key representatives of agencies, and then after that perhaps engage the emergency planning committee, and at that point these things could be reviewed and determined whether or not they're appropriate or need tweaking, or if there's something missing from this list. Would that be correct?
That would be excellent. And if I could just add to that, it would go a long way for Robert's credibility with these agencies if they got to know him as a person and something about him before he's put in the position of running the emergency planning committee's big meeting.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to build trust. You've got to he's got to let people know who he is, like what his training is, what his capabilities are, or else you don't have an audience. You'll just sit there.
Okay. Jamie and then Norm, your views on this?
I think meeting with them initially is a good idea, and then going from there. I mean, it sounds like it's all going to happen, but probably having, even if it's a brief face-to-face, get to know a person before you sit down in a formal environment is probably going to be beneficial.
Yep, I agree.
Councillor Barmier?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to trust Fred's take on this. I mean, you've been doing this for a while, so you understand the relationships, you understand the key players. We're in a very small community, right? So not a lot of residents, so sort of a big legislative approach from the top down might just not be digested very well. So I think just to Fred's, feeling on this, getting to know them and establishing a genuine relationship at the scale of a Lions Bay sort of functioning model, I think is probably a smart way to go.
Thank you.
And all of this still applies. None of this would change. It would just be that you've got that connection, right?
Thank you very much, Councillor Barmier. Okay, then I think that where we are with this is I think the suggestion here is item number 2 is deferred. Unless you're opposed, raise your hand. It's deferred.
We'll take that as a motion to amend that was just
Oh,
passed.
with yes,
Because we had,
please.
we had a
Yep.
motion and a second, so we've just amended it.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. Item number 3, that the proposal to create a Lions Bay emergency team be approved and the staff be directed to call for volunteer members. A motion, second, discussion.
Question?
Hmm?
Can I ask a question?
Yep.
Has there been any study into Vancouver's emergency team? Their citizen, I forget what they call it, they've got a citizen.
Yeah, it's, I can't remember the acronym. I have looked at it before, not for this particular report, but I have looked at it before. And it's very similar to the North Shore Emergency Management, where the emergency management team that Mike Andrews has created for North Shore Emergency Management. It's very similar, where they do help support the emergency program there through working in the EOC, going to community points. They have their community hubs, they call them.
Right.
And they do help out on those hubs to provide information to people, to help out the people there as well.
And you would pattern it after that?
I was looking more at the emergency management team of North Shore Emergency Management to start with, where they would, their primary function would be in helping support the EOC and getting it up and running. And then beyond that, definitely we want to use them for public outreach to help provide education to the public.
Good. Any other questions? Nope. Call a motion. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 4, that the Deputy Emergency Program Coordinator convene a meeting of the Emergency Program Committee in the form it is intended to be constituted under Emergency Program Bylaw number 566, 2019. Motion. Second, discussion. Councillor Bain, I'll take your silence as good. Thank you.
Should we amend this to say after meeting personally with key agency representatives?
Yeah,
That's
that'd
the
be fine.
intent.
Previously mentioned. Good.
We are going to go through that tonight though, right?
Pardon me?
We are going to go through the bylaw changes tonight as well, after this?
I was thinking so.
Okay.
We're not on that one yet.
Next up.
Still on number 4.
So,
Okay. We're in such a positive streak here, Councillor Abbott. Don't rattle me, buddy.
okay, sorry, just to radio this one more time. When we said we deferred number 2, we're basically just moving things down, right?
Pardon me?
When you said we deferred number 2,
Yeah.
we just put in another number 2 and moved everything
Are
else
you
down.
playing with me here?
No, I am.
We're not putting in a new number 2. We're referring to the numbers that are on the page.
Okay.
That's all.
We're not moving things up.
No.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking the question is, once again, the proposal to go create a Lions Bay emergency team would happen after you've met with the other groups.
Yes.
So they're not going to say, what the hell is this in the village update about? No, okay.
No.
That's
So this is going to be,
Fine.
as Peter said, after
Okay.
whatever your skillful wording was.
Okay, that was actually in respect of number 4, and when the meeting emergency program committee. So no, I hadn't made that suggested amendment in respect of putting out the proposal for the emergency team. That was already passed without that amendment. So if you want to go back and revisit that and put in that amendment, or whether you think that it should go out as
Maybe I was a bit slow there. Yes, I would like to suggest that the same way as we deferred number 2, that number 3 is also deferred till after you've met with the current volunteer organisations. Is it number
Did we
3?
pass number 3 already?
Yes.
We did, so council would have to,
Sleep it
somebody
over.
would have to make a motion to reconsider, actually you would have to because everybody voted in favor. Actually, anybody could, but you want to make a motion that we reconsider that to amend it?
Well, I don't know.
I would like to make a motion that
Okay.
we amend number 3, that it also
All
is
right.
deferred after you've met
All
with the other
right,
agencies.
Councillor Abbott, this is your last skate on something like this for 2019. All right.
I have your motion to reconsider number 3, and then Councillor Abbott's motion to amend number 3 to add that this will take place after meeting with key agency representatives.
That's exactly what I'm suggesting. I'm in favor.
Take that as a motion, second. I'm not asking for discussion. All in favor? Done. Thank you. Thank you, CAO. Okay, so back to the, as on the paper, item number 4. We'll start with the discussion before we cramp ourselves with legislation. So this was going to be postponed as well?
Number 4, yeah, same amendment as number 3.
Okay, so postponed. All in favor? Thank you. Okay, which brings us to the bylaw, and it is before you with redlined with changes, and this we were going to do.
Is there any chance something may change in the change any of this in the conversation?
We could stall till third reading until
Yeah,
that
this is
comes
first and
out.
second,
So
so.
this just gets us in the place mark. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's on red line starting on page 134. So how about we do it this way? I will lead and ask for a second, and you'll see where this goes. That emergency program bylaw number 56629 be introduced and read a first and second time. So this will be for the first time. I have a motion to do that. Thank you. Second, you already received discussion on this. So this is the first kick at this. And to me, the changes look like it's made the stuff a lot plainer to me. Councillor Abbott?
Sure, it's alphabetical, things got to stop, but I'll go, since it's alphabetical. Number 4.3, Mayor and Council will appoint the emergency program coordinator to facilitate emergency.
That's me.
Did we didn't appoint the emergency program one?
Yeah, that's me.
You're the Mayor and Council?
No, I'm the.
You're the emergency program coordinator?
Yeah, I wear many hats, that's one of them.
Okay, so we did appoint the emergency program. Okay, so the deputy emergency program coordinator
Has been hired by.
is
the
Robert,
emergency
has been
program.
hired by you. Okay, yeah, correct, I understand it now.
Can you live with the pain?
It is what it is, right?
He's sitting beside you now. It's not like he's a scrub.
Okay.
And just so that we're clear on this, and because similar wording is used in other respects as well, such as council will appoint the chief financial officer. Doesn't mean that council hires the chief financial officer. That's the role of the CAO. But once the CAO is appointed or has hired the chief financial officer, council has a statutory obligation under the charter to appoint someone as the chief financial officer to fulfill the duties and obligations under the charter. So appoint means something other than hire, just so that we're clear.
In this case, just be clear, do we get to object, or is it?
It doesn't mean you get to go out and hire the emergency program coordinator, is what I'm getting at.
Too late.
Just a random example, okay.
It's just
All
a
right.
random example. You don't mind, do you?
All right,
How random.
Councillor Abbott, give it a better shot than that one.
I on 5.2 understood you took out RCMP and ambulance service and whatever, and I get it. I'm not the person that understands exactly everyone's role and who they report to and what higher authority they report to. Somehow I feel that in this case, search and rescue is so much part of this community. Why would they not be part of it, not as listed as part of it, rather than just, we might invite you if we see fit?
And what would the answer to that be?
Well, for example, police, they don't live in our community.
I'm saying search and rescue is such a big volunteer part of our community.
Yeah. And as I understand it, it may have changed, but last time I checked, none of the LV-SAR lived in Lions Bay. Is that?
No, we've got
incorrect?
we've got one member in particular who's been there the longest. He's
Ed Langford.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, with the exception of Ed.
Yeah.
I think everybody else lives outside.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't realise that. That's changed over the years, because I used to know lots of people who were part of it. I didn't realise that they've got.
So it can be difficult, I think, to assume that people will be as invested as people who are part of our organization or under our umbrella.
But I'm sure
already.
in the case of Ed Langford, he'd love to be involved and he'd be very invested.
Yes and no, I think. But
Well, when I used to run the emergency planning committee meetings, we had a full turnout of police, fire, ambulance, and SAR. They all sent representatives of each meeting, and they all took part.
That's
And
great.
their input was really valuable. So I would say I wouldn't strike G that you've struck out here. Oh, sorry, I'm taking your time, sorry.
No, I was free back on.
Okay. So we do have such other members as council may determine, so you may at any time determine that we ought to ask police or SAR representatives or ambulance representatives to ask them if they want to be on our planning committee, or we could ask them now, if you want.
Well, I think the value is we don't know what they know, and they don't know what we know that they don't know.
Mm-hmm. Which is why we would invite them.
Yeah.
Just question whether or not they need to be on the committee.
Or at least give them on the option, I would think, yeah.
And I wouldn't want to
It's
do
based on
anything
the
that
unstruck G.
that
and it's
affects our
back to-
quorum requirements. Was another consideration that I had in terms of whether they're on or just invited.
Or they'd send a delegate. Yeah, it's workable if you want.
I'm open, whatever you guys, whatever you
Well,
want
I
to
mean,
do.
item G as it reads, it's wide open, it's by invitation. I mean, putting it down doesn't do much.
This enables you to at any time determine anybody that you think ought to be on that committee. If there was somebody who wasn't police or SAR or ambulance that you thought they should be on our committee because whatever, they just have incredible knowledge or they're available and it would be
IT
very
specialist or who knows what.
whatever the case may be.
I think
You
that
can, you can determine that they ought to be appointed to the committee and appoint them.
Especially if they make good cookies.
Speaking to that, Peter, I think subject matter experts is where the intention there is. If the planning committee's working on plans about critical infrastructure, restoration, then inviting engineers to sit on from BC Hydro, to sit on the planning committee for that session would be useful to get their input as a subject matter expert.
Or we could bring in the IC on occasion as well, with this wording, I guess.
Yeah, anybody who might be interested in rapid damage assessment.
All right.
All kinds of things.
It's a long meeting.
Change hats again.
All right, I suggest in that this is just getting wider and wider, that as it stands covers everything. Any other questions? Gavel's getting heavy.
Okay, I'm just curious about the training and exercise programs. Are you planning an annual one, or like all agency exercise, I presume you're talking about?
I would like to have an annual all-agency functional exercise. A lot of planning goes into that, as you know, and it can be dependent on what type of exercise it is, what kind of buy-in you're gonna get. But my plan is, yes, to have a big exercise once a year, and then quarterly smaller tabletop exercises or walk-through exercises, drills.
Perfect, yeah. That makes that easier to agree to.
Okay, Councillor Bain, Councillor Abbott, you guys are,
We'll go back and forth, shall we? Emergency Program Committee will meet at least biannually, and get that, we can meet as often as we like. On the PowerPoint, you get a target to meet twice by the end of 2020. That doesn't sound like enough to me, surely. That's not much of a stretch target. We
That's-
shouldn't do more.
When's the last time the Emergency Planning Committee met?
2015, I think it was.
How often did you meet a year when you were regularly functioning?
We tried quarterly, but we couldn't always make it.
Okay.
I'd have to check my minutes from past meetings.
Having it at least 2 times a year is manageable with everybody's schedule and everybody's responsibilities. If things come up where it needs to meet more often, then that option is there as well.
Yeah, I just looked at the list you had to do, and I'm thinking, If you're only meeting twice,
If we meet once, it's more than it's met in the last 4 years.
we won't use that standard as our test for success. If we go back and forward, back to you.
Before we do that, can I have a motion to extend our time? It pains me to ask that motion, by
Yes.
the way.
You guys, 12 o'clock.
Well, I was trying for 10:30, but there you go. But that ain't gonna happen. Let's make it 11:30. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. I apologize to Deirdre, there you go. Okay, thank you. Gentlemen, let's wrap this up.
Not Jamie.
Good. The A's and the B's are silent, the C's are silent, the other B is
Well,
silent.
I just have one comment. The emergency program coordinator is accountable to the CIO. I hope the CIO holds the emergency program coordinator to task now that I know that he's the same person. I'm sure he'll do a good job.
So noted. Okay. Any more discussion? There being none, call a motion. This would be first reading. All in favor? Unanimous, thank you. We will,
That was first and second.
first and second reading, thank you. Well, that was just a warm-up for the electronic communication policy. Okay, Robert, thank you very much. Don't feel you have to hang around for the next hour and a half.
I thank you for that.
And you are welcome. There you go.
I have to
So,
do it.
and thank you, Robert. When does Robert go to the community with an article? Too much goodness here, and that lousy mayor who sticks a link here just ain't gonna cut it.
I think before the big shake-up and test of the emergency system, maybe
Okay.
what day of the week is
That's a
that?
good idea.
It's a Wednesday, I believe, the 17th.
Okay, can we, I'm not gonna make this, if staff can coordinate, let's say, with Robert having the marquee space, and I guess the big event is the alert thing, so
For the shake-up.
Friday
Yep.
before.
let's use that as our marketing piece, our begging for more people to do their thing and check their junk mails like some unnamed people. And then,
Lucky I checked my email at all.
well,
I will be
Why
actually
you've
sending
grown.
another
I just tried to
reminder soon.
sign up again,
Okay.
and it wouldn't let me.
all right, so let's make it so then for staff and Robert, go to the community.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
and
Robert.
thank you very much. And welcome aboard the pirate
Thank
ship,
you.
okay. Okay, CAO. She thought it was warm before.
Page 143 is amendments to electronic communications policy 1401. And the recommended amendments are intended to include committee members in terms of electronic communication in respect of municipal business, obviously not in respect of personal business. And it's more or less, as you see it, paragraph 8 and 12, intended to be a reminder to council and to inform committees, if they don't already know, that substantive business is not to be conducted via electronic communications. It's procedural matters, substantive debate and consideration of business of council or committee should be conducted at the appropriate meetings rather than via email to the extent possible. Certainly there's going to be things that come up, procedural things in particular, or short emails about ideas about dealing with something, but the substance of consideration should be saved for open meeting where the public might choose to be present if they so desire, and where the business of council or committee is open and transparent for all to see. And that's the intent of this amendment.
Thank you very much. Before we start duking it out, we'll just get this on the table here. So the policy is before us. Can I have a motion for it? A seconder?
Can we have discussion before we?
Well, then we're going to go right to discussion. You want to jump to Den?
Well, sometimes
Okay.
you can have, if you have a discussion ahead of time, if there's anticipated to be substantive amendments, then it can save time amending the first motion and second. Instead,
Okay.
just
My discussions attempt to save time.
Well, I'm changing my spots then. Let's disregard the motion in the second and go
Okay.
right to the discussion.
So my suggestion is, we don't need this amendment, and if we don't second it, if we don't move it forward and second it, we don't have to discuss it, it's a very short discussion. I don't believe council saw a need, I don't think council asked for this, I don't know why we did it. I feel like it's a means to regulate behaviour through going and changing policies and bylaws all the time. And I think it was working fine. I don't disagree the fact that we shouldn't try conduct meetings in emails. I think we all understand that. Maybe the odd person might overstep the boundary, but I don't think we need to put out another bylaw. I also know that...
It's not a bylaw, right?
Sorry, another policy. I also know that it was said it starts off with council staff and committee members. There's going to be a lot of sensitivity to that on all our committees again. So I am suggesting, I guess, in advance, I don't know if I should be able to do this, that we don't put it forward.
I have a question about that. When they say committee members, would that include the events committee?
the which committee?
The events committee, because they're funded through us. They can't email banter back and forth without actually meeting at a, like, official meeting.
I don't know, the events committee is kind of a bit of an outlier. I don't know that they're not a committee formed by law. They're not a select committee. Are they a standing committee? Well, they can't be a standing committee because to be a standing committee, you have to have equal numbers of council and non-council members. So
could
they're
you
a
give
committee in
an
name
example?
only. They're not really a committee of council.
What committees then would apply?
They
Would
are,
this apply
just to finish the point.
Yeah.
I think I want to clarify that the events committee is really the events volunteer group
That
that
we
is
give
funded
money.
through municipal grants.
Okay,
So they're not technically a committee. So they
Okay.
would not be caught by this.
okay. What committee would be covered?
All the committees that are listed in our
Like
annual report, so
Tree,
tree committee, the infrastructure committee, the
Board of Variance.
what's the,
Board of Variance?
no, Board of Variance isn't
the memorial?
actually a committee, but ought to be covered. But the word should probably actually explicitly incorporate them. But
Things like Curly Stewart,
Curly
Memorial
Stewart,
Committee.
yeah,
Select committees like a Karen.
select committees, correct, yeah.
So it'd be, let's explore, if you're finished, Councillor Cunliffe, let's explore where Councillor Abbott was going. I can tell you that when this was written, it was a fairly unfriendly atmosphere in council. There was a lot of emails going all around, and it was fairly lawless. And this is where this came up. And my sense is that more or less from then, especially in the last council and certainly in this council, the spirit is good. And other than something we've learned where we shouldn't be conducting business by email with committees, which I'm sure those of us who've done that will cease, that the rest of the stuff I find, I think this is where Councillor Abbott was going, is so restrictive, so by rote. So, I mean, the fact I'm looking at one, an electronic correspondence sent by a councillor of the Village of Lions Bay shall be copied to all of council as well as COL. Quite frankly, I don't want to read what Councillor Abbott writes to somebody who says, "Hey Neville, how's it going out there?"
Well, and to that point, the way I read the sentence, I'm not sure that the first time you can now substitute councillor for committee members. So electronic correspondence sent by a committee member, think of one of the infrastructure committees, to the village shall be sent. The same thing applies. I mean, they talk to each other, they have free rein, they go back and forth. I mean, do we really think that the infrastructure committee, for example, need to make sure who they copy the right people and what they do when they want to talk to someone?
No, it's not
that wasn't the
intended that
intention?
the infrastructure committee is going to copy me when they're emailing whoever else in the committee about what they want to discuss or don't want to discuss on the committee. Generally speaking, just as a matter of course, no, I'm not going to say that. It was intended to address an issue that I saw popping up. It's come up from time to time in the past and simply been dealt with by way of a reminder from the mayor, whether this one or the previous one, that, okay, folks, let's shut it down and save it for the meeting or what have you. Committee members, sometimes they don't know that they're not really supposed to conduct business via email. So how do you tell them that other than by saying, well, the policy is, you can point to a policy, but it's not just pointing to a policy. The policy's there. It's on the website for all to see and to understand. In terms of explaining why it's there, that's the job of the chair of the committee and or myself to educate. Sorry, thank you. Because they may not know. I mean, unless you sit on a committee or a council and are used to procedural stuff, then you're not probably going to know this stuff. But it is important that business is conducted in a meeting. That's open.
I think the chairs of the committees can pass that message on at the committee in the opening discussion in the next committee meeting without rewriting.
It's pretty standard stuff is what I'm saying. It's in any municipality or regional district's communications, bylaws or policies. It's just it was lacking in ours, and I thought I'd do a slight amendment so that it's top of mind for everyone. But it's already top of mind now for all of this council because we've just had this discussion. And it's top of mind for the infrastructure committee because we talked about it last night. So those are sort of two of the primary bodies that need to keep it in mind. So if you don't want to amend the policy so that it's there for all to see on the website, that's fine. We've had the discussion, so it probably served its purpose.
Could you move that?
Yes, I would
Thank
move
you.
it to
Seconder?
purpose.
I'm a seconder.
Are you moving?
We're not amending.
Oh, I thought we just called for a vote and nobody seconds it, and that would do.
No, I retracted that.
Must be late, I'm getting confused.
It's the gavel of power.
So we are or we're not amending the policy?
We are not. Call a motion. Is that a question? Discussion?
I'm
Calling a motion. I call the motion.
This is my question.
Why don't you shoot the question? That was the
I think it was
question?
Neville's. How did you word it?
How about somebody move the motion that's on page 143 and nobody seconded it?
Yes, that's what I suggested.
Excellent.
So who's going to move the motion?
Norman.
Everyone else keep your hands up. Good
Yeah,
day.
keep your hand down. Okay, nobody seconded, thank you.
Okay,
Perfect.
Moving on.
Throw me a grapefruit over the plate, thank you.
Peace has returned to our community.
All right. Okay, this is on page 147, if it's on, and on your agenda. Let's get through this. Recommendation that the council approve the closure of the village office.
Permanently.
Sorry. Sorry, Pam, let me steal your thunder. On December 27th, the reason is there. Can I have a motion? Thank you. Seconder, all in favor? Good, done.
No discussion?
We moved. Okay.
Thanks.
Next up, the new additions.
Safety environment.
CAO. Hi, Kip.
Okay, so, I want to report that unfortunately we did not receive the ICIP Environmental Quality Fund grant that we applied for. That grant was for funding primarily the Bayview PRV and the mountain control valve that we had to take out of the original CWWF project for the Harvey tank and other things. So it was part of that original. When we scaled back on the Harvey tank and tendered just the tank, we applied separately for funding the Bayview PRV and the mountain control valve. Didn't get that, but we are nearing completion of the Harvey tank project, which the Public Works Manager will update you on shortly. And it looks like we will have some money left over. We have talked to the province and they have agreed that we can use the money remaining to put towards funding the implementation of these two improvements. And there will be a requirement that monies over and above what's remaining will need to be funded by the municipality on top of our current 17% that we're already paying under the CWWF grant. We can talk about specific numbers in closed, but I wanted to provide this update at this point in time on the open agenda.
So long story short, the CWWF funding, big number, not going to use all that number. We'll be able to slip both of these babies in here.
Or one, if council decides that the amount is more than they want to draw from reserves, for example.
Okay.
But we can have that discussion shortly.
And on that, let's jump ahead. If I could see nods, does council want to talk about this now or at a future time? It doesn't necessarily have to go in camera.
Well, I think the plan is that it is on the closed agenda
one of those?
now.
Okay, thank you.
And we can talk about it and then,
Okay.
if necessary, come back into it.
Good, thank you for the report. Next up, PWM.
So the Kelvin Grove wastewater treatment plant, just to give everybody an update on the current status. So we're still functioning with half media pack for the first rotor, but everything seems to be functioning okay. So far so good. The consultant that was hired has received written confirmation that we are able to replace like for like, so RBC for RBC. We do have to have a bypass permit for the period that the RBC will be down and being replaced. That period is about 6 weeks. So 2 weeks for the installation of a new RBC and about 4 weeks for biomass growth. Next steps right now are to pump out the existing chamber, take detailed measurements, perform the concrete inspection of the tank itself, and then start to prepare terms of reference for an RFP for a like-for-like replacement.
Perfect, questions? Yes?
Sounds like a village update piece. Is
That
this
was
timely?
exactly what I wrote down.
Okay, all right.
I think if it can't be done this week, the following week.
Sure.
Thank you. I mean, today's Tuesday, I don't know.
There are aspects that we still have to figure out, and putting it in the village update at this point in time is going to garner, I expect, a bunch of questions from people, mostly to do with costs to them in particular. That's not figured out yet. We don't know what that's going to look like quite yet, and we don't want to be talking about estimates in public until such time as we've gone through the tendering process. So I would suggest that putting out a village update on this topic is premature.
I disagree, Peter. I think that we've just made a report verbal here in council. If it's skinny down to that, and it, I mean, if you're using Councillor Cunliffe as an example, you weren't at the meeting last night, so this is news to you, and you would generally see this as good news, and there's stuff in progress.
Yeah, I think a quick update just so people know that they're not going to be hit with that parcel tax potentially is going to offer some relief.
That's the concern.
Or staff
that
previous cost.
substantial number that was floating around in the
Yeah.
spring when we thought we were going to be doling out over $2 million between
Yep.
the few dozen households that were there.
Maybe the way to go on this is an update to the FAQ.
If you can draw a highlight to it.
I don't know. Just something to think
I
about.
think a simple village update is totally doable.
I mean, you just did a declaration in
Yeah.
public.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, stick that you can't talk about cost for obvious
Yeah.
reasons, but,
Okay.
okay, done. Thank you, Councillor Abbott, seeing two bodies, one mind, good. Hope you'll be voting more positively through the rest of the year. Thank you. Harvey Tank, let's go.
So the tank is up. The roof has been leak tested. The next step is a hydrostatic leak test of the walls. So basically filling the tank to test for leaks. And then the step following that is a disinfection of the tank. Procedures have been written up. They've been submitted to Vancouver Coastal Health for their approval. Once we get approval from Vancouver Coastal Health, we'll be able to proceed with the disinfection program. Once the tank is disinfected, at that point we can commission the tank. Last tie up the loose ends, electrical, controls, SCADA.
Village update,
Yeah, we can put out a
a
village
small
update.
piece,
Sure.
that's good news. Yes, Councillor Bain?
Well, I don't know if this is such a big deal to everybody in the community. It's a huge deal to me that we finally got the tank. And tell me if I'm wacko on this, but I'm just wondering if there could be some sort of commissioning ceremony at the tank. Would anybody show up? No.
Oh, who's driving them up there?
Well, I'm excited. I got a 4x4.
Licensed deer.
Okay,
Oh, that's right.
okay, I'm gonna task Councillor Cunliffe, but this is one of her festive activities to think about.
Think about the water tank.
We have a first,
Here, everybody,
first tasting or something.
Debut.
Get your glass by the spigot.
It's a huge project.
You know what would be cool, actually,
Kind of a
Fred?
big deal.
If it was possible to take the kids from the school
Bingo.
up to see something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
actually
Then
pretty
they'd
cool.
see where their water comes from.
So I've already done a couple of tours for the Girl Guides and Scouts.
Okay.
So take the kids up there, talk about water
Yeah.
systems, yada,
I
yada,
think that would be, I think.
Because of my grandchildren, I see the vice principal every second day. They're keen to do all sorts of stuff like
yada.
this, so if we can, would this be hypothetically putting the cart way before the horse? Is this like, how do we run them up there?
There's enough parents.
We need to wait until it's commissioned, so
Okay.
after October.
Yeah, and there's enough
Okay.
parents with 4x4s.
All right, so,
too. There's not that many kids.
Can I take that?
Oh, there, yeah.
Can I steal Councillor Cunliffe's idea then? Is that fine?
Yeah.
And I'll pitch this? Okay, thank you.
Go for it.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
So some minor thing in the village update. Again, might as well run it back to back. I mean, we're doing lots of good infrastructure stuff. Let's let everybody know. All right, and then that takes that.
Coming out of that
Easy,
school.
easy.
They're only up to grade 3. They'll be happy to pass on for it.
Okay.
Good. All right. Other reports, Mayor, he has none. Council members, anything? Going, gone. Councillor Bain, none?
No, I'm not.
Done. Committees. I'll do this one, the first one, since I was in attendance. I think the reading of the minutes is pretty clear, and as it says here, that the minutes are received. Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Discussion, I have one, and this is for the CAO. Regardless of what is being done here, what is the village's position with respect to the care of the trees and somehow the building permit seems to be linked into this in the verbatim.
No, sorry, what part of it are you referring to?
So, construction is progressing. Are the trees being respected?
Yep, they've got protective fencing up, and it was checked by arborist, and we have reviewed their bank stabilization that was submitted by their geotechnical engineer, and that was approved, and they are moving forward on their building permit.
Happy. Thank you very much. Motion to receive. All in favor? Thank you. Next one, I think CAO, you've got something cooking on this one?
Yeah, I'll just hand out
Thank you.
suggested wording for council's consideration on this resolution regarding tree application number 95 at 262 Stewart Road. The track change version, yeah, I'll have to give it to you after I get that. The track change version is intended to clarify the wording of the recommendation from the committee so that it relates to the application that was actually made and is specific to certain aspects of that application, namely that they were asking to cut down maples that have resprouted, so that's what would be cut down, and the 4 cedars mentioned in the application there's no reference to where they're to be topped, so they should be topped at the previously topped height of approximately 25 feet, which is what the applicant applied for, and that retopping of the cedars, the committee has suggested that be in perpetuity. Council, in my submission, cannot do that, and there is a need to have retopping subject to following the procedures that are set out in the tree permitting process in the bylaw with respect to damage deposit, names, providing the name of the arborist contractor, WorkSafe BC certificate, and insurance. And it should be reviewed. It shouldn't last any longer than 7 years would be the longest I think that this council has ever provided in terms of a retopping or recutting permit. Previously, I think it was 3 years, the last one that they provided ongoing maintenance for. One of the things about retopping cedars, particularly ones like this that are pretty big, is you're gonna get growth of leaders, and they're going to be over time they're going to be big, and they're going to be dangerous because they're big. And so I think that after 7 years at the very most, you want to be having somebody bring that back before council and having an examination of what's going on before allowing it to continue ad infinitum. So that's my suggestion in terms of a period of time to limit. I don't think you can do it in perpetuity anyways. Yeah, so a little bit of a tweaking of the recommendation from the committee.
Was this mentioned to the tree committee?
I didn't have time to look at this until 5 p.m. today.
Okay, thank you.
So, no, it hasn't.
Okay.
I don't know if this helps, but at the back of our place, we've got about a 20-some-odd foot hedge that neighbors behind us always pay to top it. And we agreed to have them top the trees way back, 20 years ago. And every 3 to 4 years, they come and retop them. Because we found with the cedars and hemlock, that they put up these big chunks. And 3 to 4 years seems to be the appropriate time for those things. I think 7 years might be a little long.
Okay.
I would agree. Strongly.
Yeah, okay. So,
Thank you.
3 years or?
Well, we do 3 to 4, and by the time 4 comes along, they're getting up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, as little as possible. Those leaders just open us to liability. Where the leaders grow, you just need to do a search for tree topping and read through the material, and you'll see how detrimental they are to.
I have.
Yeah.
So, I think the suggested change to that would be
Okay.
3 years.
Somebody put forward the motion to accept as amended, thank you. Second, take that as yes. Councillor Barmere, any discussion?
I was actually gonna ask a question.
Well,
What's detrimental about tree topping?
So what happens is when you top a tree, first of all, you allow a site for pathogens to start attacking the tree. Second of all, the leaders start growing off the sides. And because it's a stress situation, the tree puts on extreme thickness or weight on those leaders. And past practice or past history has shown those leaders tend to fail, and when they fail, it's pretty significant. There have been lawsuits against municipalities.
Big trees fall over?
The leader will just snap off.
Drop off,
Yeah.
especially in a windstorm?
No, it's to do with the weight of the leaders.
Oh, wow.
So,
Yeah, the potential rot at the core.
exactly, yeah.
Any more discussion? All in favor as amended? Passed, thank you. All right, bringing us to either the Public Works Manager or the CAO, the infrastructure recommendation? Or?
I think it's one of the on tables, isn't it?
No, yes, it is.
Councillor Dean. And whilst your assistant is passing the paper around, Councillor Brady, why don't you give us the reason behind this?
Well, we had a big discussion about this last night's meeting, and just for the mayor's sake, we kept it all on one page. Everybody likes one pages. The infrastructure committee met and discussed the Ocean View drainage situation with a report from the Public Works Manager on the report from ISL. And the recommendation from the IC is that council recommend that staff engage again with ISL to increase the scope of the existing Ocean View Road drainage study to incorporate a hybrid option of A and B. This option consists of diverting drainage above 260 through a pipe through Rundle Creek and sizing the drainage system to below 270 Creek with this reduced flow.
Yeah, that's right.
Didn't you have something in here about the purpose of the scope change?
It's in the background.
Oh, it's down the back.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Right. Anyhow, that's a recommendation from the IC.
Is there a cost estimate with this? I presume we're going to engage them.
We're expecting one.
So is that how this works? We ask them, they noodle?
We have asked them, we're waiting for a response.
Did that, there was an email that came in from one of the resident members mid-morning that was extensive on this. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and that was part of your
Portions of it, yes.
portions? Okay, so we've got that covered then.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so this is going to come back for a cost thing once for all? Or is that within your scope? I don't know.
I think that's assumed, isn't it?
Don't you have an operational thing for something?
I don't think we have budget for it.
No, we would have to come back to council
We
for.
want to talk about estimates in open meeting, but,
Well, okay.
you know, we don't expect it's going to be too much, but,
hard to say.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so it's gonna come back?
We're gonna have to figure out, where is this gonna be funded from?
Well, we're talking about just the cost for them to provide another option,
Mhm.
like not the
Yeah.
cost of funding
Yeah.
it. I mean, again, I don't know how much it would be. I'd have to go back and see how much the original job was. There might be a bit of room in the, I guess this would be the water budget, wouldn't it? To cover.
Drainage, roads and drainage.
Oh, roads and drainage.
So,
My ever popular blacktopping, which we,
if we want to talk about providing a discretionary limit to proceed, we could have that conversation in closed.
I'll bring that in close so we don't see this again. Thank you. Alrighty. All right, we're turning corners here. Okay, the federal the RCMP report, page 167. Can I have a motion to receive if there's no questions? Thank you, seconder. Any discussion? Nothing here for me. I know the police are busy on the Sea Sky gondola about this time, so there we go. Motion, okay, all in favor of receiving? Thank you, yes, moving on. Which brings us to the resolution for the all candidates meeting, which is also on page 169. With the background, I know the answer to this because CFO Rook has told me that the last time there was a federal election, the one of the federal leaders was here, paid for the hall themselves, I believe, yes?
Well, that was just one candidate coming into
The one candidate came, did
It
their
wasn't an
own.
all candidates meeting.
This is an all candidates thing fronted by the residents to inform everybody. So, again, the background's here. So, the council waived Broughton Hall rental fees in relation to a proposed all candidates meeting for the upcoming federal election, provided the organizers obtain the requisite insurance coverage per municipal policies and purchasers. I'll put that motion forward. Can I have a seconder? Any discussion? Even into that, call a motion, all in favor? Done, thank you. This one, the mayor will not be available on that day.
It's not necessary that anyone attend, but if anyone
Has
wishes
a
to
desire
attend
to go.
the MIABC annual general meeting, then they could be appointed as the voting delegate.
Take that as a no. Happy to be part of the record on this and all the future stuff comes to me. Take that as a yes. All right, thank you. All right, I'll put forward this motion. Seconder? Thank you. Discussion? Nobody want to be a delegate for insurance? Okay. Call a motion, all in favor. Thank you. I'd like to say it's a cool gig, but it's not. Okay, Cafe Music, CFO. Dealing from your Decavon table.
CAO.
CAO.
So, council actually received this email already from Mr. Doherty directly, and I can pass it around.
Thank you.
So there is apparently an opportunity that the cafe would like to have a young up-and-coming 16-year-old Vancouver musician come and play at the cafe on the afternoon of Saturday, October 5th from 3 to 6 p.m. And we provided some links to her music and there's additional information that we reached out to members of the complex, and I think got a couple of people saying, yeah, great idea, and a couple of people saying, no, they're opposed to amplified music of any kind at any time at the cafe. And that's where it stands. And over to you guys.
Thank you. It's pretty straightforward. I think the penultimate paragraph is the motion, which I'll read, which is a proposal recommendation to give an exemption to the noise bylaw for October 5th from 3 till 7. I'll put that forward. Seconded.
3 to 6, isn't it?
Not the sheet I've got.
And 3 and 6.
3 to 6.
October 5th from 3 to 6.
5th, 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Is that what I said?
No, you said 3 to 7.
Scary. Why are we up so late, people? Thank you. As corrected, thank you.
I actually did a draft resolution.
Another roundtable item.
Uh,
Okay,
you want to just read it out?
let me just rehash. I'll read it out. Don't sit down. The council relaxed the noise bylaw to allow for live amplified music on the patio at the General Store and Cafe on Saturday, October the 5th, 2019, between the hours of...
Oh, sorry. I should just say 3 and 6 p.m.
Yes, thank you. We're even up now. 3 to 6. That council support... Oh, that's a different one. Okay, thank you. That's the motion. Discussion? Please no. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Good. Which leads us to the next one, which is the firefighters fundraiser. And the motion here, this is on table, let me read it to you. The council supports the annual firefighter fundraising event with or without alcohol and the use of Lions Bay Beach Park on a designated day in September of each year, with any public works or park use fees to be waived annually.
So the idea here is that this will be a standing resolution and doesn't need to come back each year. It's just, it's understood, council supports the firefighter day, annual fundraiser. It's going to be in September on a Saturday, and the fees are going to get waived.
Thank you very much.
Is it any issues with doing it that way?
I was just wondering, we've been told on other things that we can't make decisions for councils in the future. Does that fall outside of that?
No, it's you can make decisions that stand for all time, but aren't binding on the next council. The next council can come along and amend this policy.
Right.
And say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to make it come each year so that we can tweak it or say whatever we want.
Good.
Good. Motion, seconder, discussion. Call a motion, all in favor, thank you, done. Which brings us to item 10, bylaws, which we did already.
Yeah.
Yep. Good, thank you.
Correspondence.
All right, drum roll, please, making her inaugural correspondence section, and a big one it is. All right, so Councillor C, I have my eye on the clock, let's see how fast you can go through this.
Okay, first correspondence from BC Child and Families. They're raising money, they're upping the ante for people that want to provide child care. Not really applicable in our community, so for information, but good news. Next, we have...
This is the public safety, and with your blessing, I've offered to take that away from you.
Yes, please do.
Thank you, and this is Minister Farnworth.
Yes.
He is rejecting our appeal that I wrote to him on, and I guess, to me, if I can go, and this is for the CAO to give me his view on this one. In the last paragraph, he says, I recommend Squamish and Lions Bay consult with their communities about possible solutions to solve the issue of speed on the Sea to Sky Highway, including average speed over distance, and submit a formal proposal for review. My understanding is, before I hand this to you, is that Squamish is not interested in ASOD now, according to former Mayor Berger. Reason being, they've got lots of stoplights in most of their area, so it
Well,
doesn't
if they
seem...
have family members that travel the Sea to Sky Highway whose lives are in danger on a daily basis,
And that's
maybe
next.
they'll be a little more interested.
You'd think so, but there we go. So, basically, let's just editorialize on the
Well, I guess,
minister.
okay, so, but what they're saying is they're rejecting it. They have stop signs, which means that people can travel much faster from stop sign to stop sign and not theoretically get caught.
Yes.
Right? So that's why they're rejecting it. We have a continuous highway without a stop sign, so that math wouldn't apply.
Yes.
Yeah.
Key piece here is they're flogging their camera intersection stuff and tough beans on the Sea to Sky Highway.
I feel that this here could just use like a constant barrage of letter after letter after letter. Every time we get one back, we send one again. This does not even come close to addressing our issues. Like, we're reading this right here, intersection safety. We don't have an intersection. That's wonderful.
All right.
It's non-applicable. So, I think you just hammer hard and, make it a pet project.
Why don't I touch base with the Squamish CAO
Okay.
and see if there's any additional information that might be of assistance.
Even Whistler and Pemberton, just as an appetite for safety along the corridor, we know people travel from Pemberton to the city on a daily basis. And people in Squamish have lost loved ones. People in Whistler have lost loved ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here, so.
So I can touch base with Squamish, Whistler, and Pemberton, who are all affected by accidents on the Sea to Sky Highway. And Whistler has devoted a lot of time and resources to quantifying the monetary costs of those delays to visitors to Whistler. So I know that they are interested. I understand that they weren't, the last administration or council wasn't interested in pursuing it when former Mayor Bird brought it up. But I can certainly inquire again and see if there's any change. And then if there isn't, I'll report back, or one way or the other, I'll report back to council. And it may be that we need to, as you suggest, write back to the minister and distinguish our position from that of our neighbors up the Sea to Sky who may have different interests. And that we suggest that a trial be implemented in Lions Bay, even if the rest isn't on board with it yet, and maybe they will be once we've done a trial.
There we go.
I like it. So that will appear on Unfinished Business, and maybe we'll get this knocked off in a couple of months. And thank you, Councillor Kunlove. Next up.
All right, so now we have the RCMP, data on cybercrime, hate crime, different reporting methods and classification now. So for information, I don't think it warrants any sort of response. The North Cowichan talking about forestry, so for information as well as the lengthy report here on
You said you were
forestry.
doing a deep dive on this for us last night. You said.
Well, I heard today on the news that a new provincial program was just put in place to address the forestry industry, those who are affected by job losses, etc. So I think it's pretty more covered on a provincial level. Unless, would you think to make this your baby there? No? Next, CN. We're going to have some events here apparently coming up for the 100 years. So for information, we'll wait to hear. The Kidney Foundation of BC, I think that we should go ahead and sign up and be a recognized community if we would be willing to waive extra fees. So I guess that's a question for Peter. Do we need to bring this back to council as a resolution? I don't see this being a hugely, huge financial burden to the village. I'm not sure if there is anyone in the village who is affected by this, but if they are, then they know that we're on board.
Yeah, I think we had a discussion about this at a staff meeting, and there's no history, as far as anyone knows, of anyone having any issues with this.
But it's goodwill, I would think,
Mhm.
for our community. Sign and put us on the list.
So the conclusion to this is what? It's what's down?
I want to know if we have such a policy or would enact a policy.
How would we, basically, I think it's a case of how do we make the community aware that if they fit within this issue, then we will waive their fees.
Do we have an awareness date or something, perhaps?
We could put something on the webpage
Something
under
in-
solid waste
Mm-hmm.
and a village update piece.
Something in the village update, just stating that we've,
Okay.
Okay, sometime in the next month or so, not a
yeah,
big
not
issue.
a high priority, but
Thank you.
why not?
Keep zooming, Councillor Cunliffe.
Back to, so the Legislative Assembly meeting with the official opposition. When is the UBCM?
Next week,
Next week, is anybody attending?
that offer's been made, nobody is.
Nobody is attending, okay, so that is then for information. I was gonna say it would be an opportunity to talk about ASOD and these transportation issues that we have, but next.
That, if I can deal with that for a second, I polled council and we responded positively to the mayor of Coquitlam.
I actually, yeah, had a note there that I thought
Thank
we
you.
already did, thank you. We also did respond already to the ride-hailing joint mayor's letter,
Yep.
am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then next we have the prohibition of groundwater. So this is gonna be addressed at the UBCM coming up. Since no one is attending, I am in support of this initiative, but we'll pass that another day. Sunshine Coast. What are we talking about here? Oh, sorry, that's all. The annual report, policing, for information, we're not a part of this, but interesting stuff. And then on to
Miss G10,
Is
species
that-
at risk.
Species at risk,
species at risk. What page is that?
page 64 of the red. Number.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes, the fish. For information. And then on to the support for rural communities, the letter from Metro. Mayor, is this something that you want to?
Well, I think Councillor Abbott said it, it's for, I mean, see the chairman at least every 2 weeks, and it's a topic that he and I do, he's supportive.
So we're
The other
covered.
mayors work with him, so I think it's just part of our record of continuing on with this,
Okay,
part of the
excellent.
strategy, thank you.
And Saanich, information received. Plastics, perhaps we could share this on the VU with residents so they can offer feedback on plastic recycling and plastic reduction. And International Day of the Older Persons, I would totally be in favor of this. I'm just not sure if we've missed the mark on being prepared to actually implement this year. Looking forward for next year, though, I would be in support of that.
It's generally within your sphere of influence, so
We'll make it happen for next
thank
year.
you.
And then on to residents. I believe that the first from Mrs. Azordian has been well covered and responded to, and will be apprised of new filming policies as the rest of the residents of Lions Bay.
When does the filming start, CAO again?
October
10th.
10th, okay, I intend to write, well, actually, Gary, I think I would write on the 27th, and I'll probably cover the film policy then. Do we prefer that that gets out to the village then, if they read it, or should we send something back to Mrs. Azordigan? What's your recommendation?
If you feel that you would like to do that, by all means. My feeling is that the filming is going to be communicated by Mr. Fullerton, who was here this evening, when he talks about compensation.
Why don't I give her the heads up?
You could do that.
Thank you.
Okay. And the signage from former Mayor Burr, I'm kind of thinking that maybe Peter, Ron, Mr. Mayor, CAO DeJong might want to respond to this. This was before my time, so I know that there was a proposal for signage. We put some in, some we didn't. There was a budgeting issue, there was many things, so perhaps a follow-up from either one of you.
Yeah, we could do that. The key takeaway right now, short and sweet, is that we only had $9,000 to work with this year.
Yeah.
And so we've used up most of that. There's some signage that's been delivered now, we just haven't put it up yet. Community signage for around the building, for example. The TNC signs.
One point that I did want to make, the signage that was supposed to be put on the Lions Bay side of the Lions Bay Beach Park regarding the marina and the parking lot, that caution sign is probably a good one, if we have it.
Okay.
102 in the red.
Okay.
Private property beyond fence, heavy equipment operating, active parking lot, and crowd on risk.
I've got a question on this. When I look through this on my phone, and I'm not finding it here, I thought there was two things. One, there was signs that we didn't get to in the budget, and we all agreed on that. But I thought I read somewhere that some of the signs we did make, we didn't follow the guideline that had been established. I'm trying to find
We
that.
followed the guideline. The wording, I think, is what former member had an issue with.
So the colours of the fonts and the shapes and the sizes, we should
Yeah.
use the guideline.
Yeah.
Okay.
So is the verbiage.
Well, except that the sign at Calvin Grove Beach Park, he thought should have been 2 posts instead of 1
Legal.
post.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, you know, it really depends on the size of the sign, and the size of that sign is not
The one
really.
by the garden?
Yeah.
It's a portrait shape, not a horizontal shape, and it would be weird to have two posts for that.
Yeah, I didn't go into detail, I just want to make sure we didn't throw away all the hard work that we paid for before. We are following the guideline.
Yeah, the
Okay.
designs
Well,
are.
That's not what I got when I first read it.
There are a couple of things that that came up in the course of the summer. One is, for instance, the sign you see on page 100, which is a reflection of what the province came up with for all of the trails above us, above our jurisdictional boundary, so going up the lines. They put in this, I think we added one thing on there, didn't we? I can't remember what it was though. But basically, we copied their sign on our trail signage as an add-on. It was a real simple, cheapo add-on for us to do.
At the height of the hot spells where we were having concerns and
with fires on trails and so forth.
So I would just add, that's that sign was designed in conjunction with the style guide. So it does match the style guide. I think the mayor's, former mayor's objection is it was not on the list of signage in the community signage plan. It was something that we decided
All right.
after speaking to the trail volunteers.
Well, let Peter cleverly craft this reply then. Thank you.
All right, and next, all candidates debate. Mayor?
I'll offer to respond to Mr. Pavel. I'll offer to respond to Susan Davis.
Perfect, and then the residents of Seaview. Peter, I will leave this in your hands.
Yeah, I've spoken previously with Mr. Cave. I wanted to follow up with both him and Andrew Oliver, the fire chief. I just haven't had a chance to do that, so I will.
Thank you.
And I would be curious, though, to see what we as a village and a council do over
And
something like
we
this,
will
because,
follow that through unfinished business.
yeah, this is not ideal.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Cunliffe, you'll be chairing the next council meeting, and I know with a large docket pending that you may be exhausted by the time you got to the incoming correspondence. Would you like to name an alternate to do the correspondence?
I would love to name an alternate.
Who would that be?
Oh, I seem to feel that Neville has a particular talent for really diving in deep and getting to the heart of all matters. So, Neville, you have the right to refuse.
So decried. You are the mayor. There we go, done. Thank you, Neville. All right, that closes the correspondence section. And new business, and I think we've run out of our stack of table items, and please, Deirdre, no questions from the public. Good, all right, so let's just noodle around the closed council thing for just a second. So we are going to add the, hang on, the engineering firm, ISL, IW, what's the acronym for the engineering firm?
ISL?
ISL. So is there a section for the ISL conversation?
We'd have to add that.
It's, it would be covered under, what's it would be covered under?
Oh, see it here? Where would that be?
Sorry, I was thinking of E, but no, that would be more or less
Pick another one.
Under, just 1 second.
Contract, something or other?
Probably go under J. K, negotiations or related discussions respecting a proposed provision of a municipal service. Talking about service of drainage improvements.
Okay, put your thumb in the thing so you can finish the sentence for me. Okay. Closed council meeting. The proposed topics for discussion in the absence of the, I guess it would be, actually we should be adding C.
C would be,
contract services.
yeah.
Okay, sorry. So I'm on item 14, I'm adding C, contract services, and then on 90, we'll add reason for is section K, negotiations or labor, and Peter can read the rest. Okay. Proposed topics for discussion in the absence of the public. Law enforcement litigation. That the council considers that disclosure of law enforcement matters would reasonably be expected to harm conduct of an investigation under or an enforcement of an enactment. B, acquisition of improvements that the council considers disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. C, contract services. That the meeting be closed to the public on the basis of matters to be considered under the following sections of the community charter 91, a part of a council meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered relates to or is one or more of the following. E, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements if council considers that that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality. F, law enforcement if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the conduct of an investigation or enforcement of an enactment. G, litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality. N, the consideration of whether a council meeting should be closed under a provision of this subsection or subsection 2. K,
negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of municipal service at preliminary stages that the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they're held in public.
all right. I don't know all of these topics, so I'm not sure whether we're going to be reconvening.
Possibly, but probably not.
Okay, council does not anticipate reconvening the open meeting for any purpose other than to adjourn the meeting generally. Motion to go into closed. Second, all in favor? Good, thank you. Exhausting reasons. Thank you. Cut the tape on that. Here we are at 11:30. We've moved back, actually, 11:45. We've moved back into the regular session, and we are going to report out the following two pieces from the closed section. The first is council has approved a resolution to the ministry on the two IKIP grant pieces. And Peter, flesh this baby out.
Reading that council approved the reinsertion of one or both of the Bayview Road PRB and Mountain Drive PRB improvements and all associated works under the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund (CWWF) project to be funded from the balance of the CWWF project budget remaining after completion of the Harvey tank replacement and associated works, with any shortfall to be funded by the municipality as a draw from reserves.
Thank you very much. And the second item was with respect to ISL engineering, and staff have been confirmed that they should go back and get a new phase to the study that they have already done, and council has given them a range on cost to go ahead with that. And with that, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. Good night, all.